Hello, Super Cheese. Welcome. Unfortunately, this window, when I click out of it, it is gonna shut off the sound. Might be a little annoying initially, until we get rid of the browser source. Still a minute or two left on the countdown. Might load the game. Take a look at the army. Yeah, okay, let's take a look at this cannon unit. Cool. Cannot get more. All the supply is capped, right? Yes. I don't really want to spend the favor unnecessarily, so we might keep it. Man might be good. Eventually we'll struggle with it. Sure. Got these. I don't think I have these in my army anywhere. So, not great. These are rare rifled cannon. Yeah. Unfortunately, you cannot get many of them. But what I'm interested in is the effective range. So this one has 2400. Let's take a look at the armory. Then you get stats. Ooh, the other one, Parrot. 2000. Yeah, right. So this one would have like insane ranges. However, its damage is fairly low. Like half of the other cannon. But I can see potential use in some of the missions. Unfortunately, I cannot get it for my first core, because we already have 24, and if I grab that, it's gonna be just 8 pieces. Second core could have it. We grab that. The range is good, but usually you are not in a position to sit around for a very long time anyway. I think it's gonna be... I'm going to shut off the browser source. No need to wait for a minute. Take a look at the battle map. Yeah, they are getting 75,000 men. They are gonna be absolutely huge, as is expected. We have 2 missions. The weapons factory is probably the toughest out of these 2. I'm gonna give Chantilly a go. General, 2 Yankee divisions are marching from south to attack you. Oh yeah, I think I remember this one. So Sentinel Field, forests on the edges. Deploy your men at this field, repel the attackers, quickly secure the good ground on your flanks, not allow them to pass through. We need to hold key position. Reinforcements are on their way to assist you. And we can only start with 8 brigades. So again, gonna attack our experienced units. Militia, I'm gonna keep the cavalry, I think. Howitzers. This flank, let's get some infantry. Another infantry brigade here. I'm gonna need cannons, lots of flash gets there. And we can have 1 more brigade. I think I'm gonna pick Letterington. Get him some XP, if possible. I could actually do without one of the cavalry units. Make sure we have enough infantry, at least initially, because their initial push might be a little dangerous. All of these are actually 2 stars, so gonna have to pick one. Gonna pick up militia. Get Lutas. Level them up. Start the battle. And can defend there. Pretty horrible though. All around far. Okay. Infantry in this forest. Militia take up that position. Artillery right there. Supply as well. cavalry there. Skirmishers. I think I might just get them here. They might be able to fire at a lot of the enemies from there. Pretty terrible. So just go into the forest. Flash gets there. Start the battle. Okay, and we immediately go to reinforcements. That's good. Then the cavalry here. Terms that field. Infantry. Field there. Guard there. Infantry. Go and take up that position. They have skirmishers in here. This is what we are fighting. It's okay, it's expected they would have things like that. Cotrington did shoot at someone already. I think I might want to send him to the middle. And keep skirms here. Okay, we are fighting them off. Good. Can we see them off with a volley? Great. Okay, Cotrington, just shoot those skirms. Did we get our artillery? No, we only have the ones we started with. That's okay. And another bullet into them. Help out. It would actually have been helpful if I had my cavalry. I'm gonna send my skirms into that for us. Try to flank that. Let's pick up a little bit with this one, I think. I think the main fighting is happening there now, so it's in the supply there. That is something. 1,900 men. Not good. Here they are advancing as well. Same size division. That's gonna hurt. These divisions are pretty chunky. These are the new reinforcements they've got. Larger than our divisions. Brigades, rather. Flashy kids should do some good damage. Yeah, they will have even more. It's fine really, but I'd like this not to happen there. Reposition this brigade into this forest like that. And I'm going to run this one, take positions here. While our skirms are gonna keep shooting at them. They have infantry in here as well. I suspect they might actually try to charge. It's a little bit scary. Where is it happening? I can hear a charge. Another division. And this unit there. Their general actually got sniped. Good. Continue chasing the skirms, just don't let them do any damage to our back line. Another general, might be able to snipe him as well. Okay, let's advance a little bit. Like this. Take better position. Cavalry will have its time to shine. They're gonna try to go around them. But they are trying to bring their artillery forward. Okay, let's retreat Cotrington. Let's take a position on that farmhouse with our infantry. Cotrington's gonna go into this field. Oh, they are trying to charge us, okay. Good luck to them then. I think we will pick apart quite a few. General will support that. No, we go there. If they rush in the second one, that would definitely overwhelm us. To be mindful of that. Don't overextend, just stick to that place and you'll be fine. Cavalry. I'm gonna try to run them back. See what's there. That another charge? Might be. No, I think don't do bad things, please. If we lose only a few, it's fine. They are trying to rotate. They might be able to get a volley off. That would be horrible. This farmhouse is tele position. Might move up slightly. Might be a better cover. Put the general there. They should be taking losses constantly. They are in the open field. Just gonna take a while to pick them apart. Okay, let's advance with the skirms. Go into that forest. I'm interested what's here. These might go into melee with us, just by shifting like this. Oh, they lost a lot of man. I'm gonna shift the howitzers there. Another charge is coming. I hope we manage to inflict some damage on them. See how brutal the combat is. Okay, let's go and try to capture a supply wagon. One as well. Hello, Planet Computer, welcome. I'm doing okay. We played some Resignations with Letterington earlier. It's quite good. And how are you doing? I'm gonna have to hide my supplies in the corner. That is melee. I can hear melee somewhere. Skirmishers getting their asses handed to them. Oh, melee is here, okay. Yeah, it's not a problem. It's just an RTS game. It's like similar to Age of Empires. I think Baron liked it when he was younger. He said he played it plenty. It went well. We just played the hardest AI. It cheats like crazy, so it was insane. In the end, we managed to do 2v2, but yeah, the AI cheats just they are absolute units. They're more command and conquer. Yeah, I think we talked about that before, actually. Try to shoot. That position is actually quite bad for our brigade there. We just be in the forest. Back to meat grinder, yes. And you are already doing God's work. Okay, let's go back. They are trying to rush after our snipers, no doubt. They are guarding their artillery pretty closely, so that's not good. This infantry division is gonna take heavy losses, but somebody has to take the heavy losses. Might as well be the infantry division. Or brigade, rather. This is a charge, but they took a lot of casualties. Maybe they will not hold up too well. You have a reserve unit as well. This is brutal. I'm gonna send this unit to help out, I think. Maybe just advance and shoot that a little bit. They're actually retreating now. They really want this farmhouse. They might just rush in another unit. Yeah, I think that's what they are doing. Let's give ground slowly. We don't need that farmhouse actually. Not crucial. But it's a good position to hold most of their army in the open. It served us well. Unfortunately, since they don't really move about too much, they are not really giving us any opportunity to expose their artillery. The cheese needs to do that, I think. Maybe the infantry can deal with that. They started the battle with 2,900 men in each brigade, so we managed to whittle them down quite significantly with this. But still, I'm worried. Yeah, and these guys are breaking. They took a lot of losses. Yeah, that's a charge, alright. Don't even shoot, you shouldn't even shoot, but since they want it, might as well do it. Do it? No, just run. Don't shoot, just run. If they want it so badly, they can have it. I'm sure they will stop on a second. They shouldn't have that much stamina. No, they will catch up with us. Yes, okay. Turn around. General. At least the rest of their army is not really close, so they cannot really exploit that too much. Skirmishers, just make sure the other unit is routed, and Lottington will support us. You can do defense and that in this game, sometimes called lair defense. Sort of. It's actually what it results to when you fight large armies. You need to have reserve units to put them back into the fray if you are attacking. And if you are defending, sometimes you need to have infantry, artillery behind to canister, and then you have another infantry ready behind that, so that you can move it up. These army formations are still scary. Yeah, they are, and they are quite tedious to handle. It handles like a giant fridge from the 60s filled with lead. That's how the big armies handle, even on low speed. Brigade took the beating. Pick apart the skirms, finally. Now, they cannot really hold that position, so it resulted in them losing many more men than we did. There's this fight again. Okay. I would like to go in with the cavalry, but this is a death sentence for them. With so many brigades of infantry, they would melt. whatever the Flash gets. And I killed quite a few, but looks like they are massing for a charge maybe. Be mindful of that. Slowly move them forward again. They recover their morale. Lothrington just pick apart the skirmishers. Yeah, this looks like they are massing for a charge. There we go. Tank. No, it's this one. Routing, okay. It's tempting to run in here. I think they have fired off their volleys already. We might risk it, but it's not gonna be good. We are certain to take losses. If some of their units are out, that would actually be the worst right now, because they would, without even knowing it, reinforce this fight. I need to wait for a bullet. Fortunately, they are sort of alternating. Now they've fired. They are shifting. Very dangerous. Go back immediately. It's just some chip damage and will distract their artillery as well. Yeah, and don't stay there because this would absolutely melt us. Pulverizing fire. Cavalry cannot stand up to infantry fire. Send them there. Skirmishers have actually made it through our lines. Gonna have to pick them off. They might have shot at my artillery here. I think that's what they did actually. Ammunition on our ammunition wagon there. It's actually scary. I think they might route in my direction here. It would be horrible. Shoot them at Lothrington, I guess. But there are skirmishers here and that's dangerous for our own artillery. There was a charge here, I think. It failed again, so it's fine. Gonna move Super Cheese into the field. A long melee. They should be taking a lot of losses too. I already lost like 1,000 men in this battle, but they still have more and they don't seem like they want to surrender, so I'm gonna continue for a while longer. Super Cheese has to flank. Even the rear flank is, if possible. And there are enemy skirmishers in this wood. Discover that, and also supply wagon. Just very bad idea to send it into the forest alone, since we know there is enemy presence. Okay, let's move up. These are actually routing. Okay, now it's our time. We have to move out. To shoot. I think they recovered morale. Likely. Keep pushing. Try to go in here. Need to discover where they are. Gonna send Lothrington there. They are low on ammunition. We took their supply wagons, I think. Maybe even all of them. move up. They have the forest, that's gonna work very well for them. But if there is a route, might actually do well. Very tempting to send in our cavalry, but we cannot. These are ready to the volley. Absolutely slaughter our cavalry. They are still trying this. Fine. Do we have ammunition? Yeah, ammunition needs to go here. That's been going on for a while. These things, I'm gonna send them around. Captured supply wagons. Move up slightly. Move the howitzers. I actually would like to move the howitzers here. This is for sure gonna be handled by our infantry here. Not afraid of that at all. Okay, move forward. Now we can arrange their artillery, I think. They have the forest. We have to inflict some losses. Tempting to try and chase down this unit. I think we should have local superiority if there isn't another routing unit in there. There might be. They are stabilizing, I think. Obviously isn't great. Yeah, it's gonna backfire, I think. Our guys are gonna take a lot of damage. They want to fire. Okay, let's rout them. If they rout, fine. And they are moving around to shoot at us. Taking some damage from their artillery, that's good. We need to wipe the floor with this army. It was absolutely huge. Each of these brigades started with their like 3k. So that would face us in the big battle. They're probably gonna get some replenishment after the battle, but key would be to destroy the artillery, I think. It's gonna be super important. It's not great we are firing into the forest from the field. You can see we are taking a lot of loss. Be bombarded, be fine. Fortunately, still some very strong brigades in here. Like, I cannot justify just charging into this, even though overrunning the artillery would be great. That one is routing. I think I'm gonna do it. Where is our cavalry? Out of position. General, follow that. And the cavalry in. I don't think we have enough to wrap this up completely, so we'll just hold position. in the forest, but cavalry needs to engage now, even if they take some casualties. This is the moment. Their artillery is overrun and alone amongst our infantry, so that's good. This unit is routing, that was suspected. Fine. Cavalry can go back slightly. We've done enough. He is destroying this, I hope it happens. Come on, cavalry out. Try to send these guys here. In this routing, we might try to pursue it. But this is a problem. If they turn around and shoot my cavalry, it's not gonna go well. Okay. They are planning to do that. Here. If they fire at this, that's fine. Turn around. Try to pursue, destroy this. Artillery, let's move it up. Howitzer as well. This unit has been fairly well rested. Move it up. In here it's a standoff. Try to shoot at them. They just destroy that completely if possible. What we want. They still have one very strong brigade in here, Korea. And this infantry unit took a beating this battle. They killed less than they suffered. But some of the units are gonna be like that. It's okay. Militia is doing fine. Yeah, we are still taking some chip damage from this, but isolating and destroying one of their strong brigades is definitely good, even if it costs us. How about Morris? Morris did fairly well, considering he only has Napoleons. And Lothrington has not fired a bullet for some time. I'm gonna have to use him. Where do we use him? I think here, and then take this unit, move it into this forest. Then with the militia. Now it's the time to do it. Some of their units are disorganized, so they cannot really charge that, I don't think, unless they use their strongest brigades to do it. Which they could, but I doubt they would. Okay, looks like the infantry has been completely destroyed there. That's good. And they have lost all their artillery, I think. So that's good. Now it's just surrounding and destroying this. So, skirmishers, let's send them into this wood there. Moss needs to move up. Lothrington, not really many great firing positions here. Maybe he can do something in here. I don't like how that is looking. Might have to use the cavalry on it. Can you shoot at all? No. Maybe move this unit slightly. It isn't that big, so it should fit in there. This is the strongest brigade, it's taking a lot of damage. We need to move into the forest more. So like that. It's fine. Ammunition. Actually quite a big battle for a side mission. Also took a lot of damage on our infantry and some of them were elite. I'm gonna hate replenishing that. I need to move this howitzer there. Push forward. You should constrict them as much as possible. Buffington probably doesn't have a very good firing solution. He did actually shoot a few times there, so not too bad. Okay, it doesn't allow us to wipe the floor with them completely. That's fine. So they had more strength. They didn't have any cavalry though. Same amount of guns. They lost their guns and only 107 captured. Destroyed half of their infantry. At least that's something. One new officer died. Got some Napoleons. Rifles. Captured some Enfields. Oh, they had Enfields. Explains why the damage happened so quick. I have a message. I have to check it out. Yes. Look, career. I might invest 1 point into training now. Medicine is good. I wonder what's better. 1 point in training isn't that bad. Gonna help out the replenishment a little bit. So shops. Gonna buy the farmer rifles, I think. I'm gonna need it. Cavalry. Let's actually manage to reach the highest level. Shock cavalry. I'm gonna have to do veterans. Preserve their strength. Militia, yeah, that's happening. Veterans for this cavalry. Infantry can take some recruits. Fine. This will diminish this unit quite a bit. It would cost a fortune. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is sink some money into it because it's fairly valuable to me. Yes, then the rest are gonna have to be recruits. Mounted skirmishers. Skirmishers, I'm just gonna give them. Oh, I bought someone from the academy. Okay. Brigadier General. Alright. Give them recruits. Veterington, veterans. Another infantry. And we are probably gonna take a lot of damage in the next battle as well. So that sucks. But it has to be done. I should create a whole Napoleon howitzer in it. If I want it. How many howitzers does this army have? 3, 4. That's plenty. Third Corps. I guess Third Corps could do with another howitzer in it. Actually, I think some of our howitzers might be outdated. 12 pounders, yeah. Switch to Napoleon. Yeah, that solves it. I still have some resources left, but didn't really spend that. Could get some free Enfields, but it's 15 favor. It's quite a bit. You could even do Fourth Corps, but yeah. Take a look at the map. Yeah, he's desperate. We whittled down the numbers quite a bit. Good. Next mission gonna hurt. I think I remember this one being very bad for your men because the field is fairly open there, I think, and they are holding a hill, so a lot of damage is probably gonna happen. I might even use my second core for it. Not sure if we should do it. Yeah, this is it. What do we do? I just took a massive amount of damage on my first core, so second core. We've been ordered to advance, seize Harper's Ferry and capture the Federal Weapons Factory. The guard of Harper's Ferry has left the town and captured those heights to hold our advance. Capture the heights and clear the way to Harper's Ferry. Okay, I think cavalry is gonna be pretty much useless. There is this massive river and there are no river crossings. So the only way to go through is this, and there is a massive open field, which that's very bad for us. There is this forest, so that would be the obvious approach. Just use that for cover and rush in brigades. Our best hope is probably gonna be just trying to outshoot them with our infantry, while bringing artillery to close support. This is our first goal, right? Yeah. Okay. No, this is our second core. Okay, interesting. I actually like that, I think. I didn't want to... The first one. Do we scrap the cavalry? It might be useful at some point, but it will probably have to wait on the sidelines for a lot until it can swing around and destroy something. I don't really have Whitworths in this army. It would be more stuff. That's not good. Let's just roll with this, I guess. Immediately gonna have to advance. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. March. Initially. This might go horribly wrong. Cavalry go there. How many militia units do we have? Just one. Gonna be the first one to go in. Let's run it. Should go until we receive some fire, most likely to establish our actual line. Currently I don't know even where to run my men. They have infantry brigade over here on the hill. Fine, just follow the forest. There is artillery in it, it's going out of position most likely. Move all the way there, and next up, let's slow the game down. Gonna take 2 units, rush them there. These 2 guys there, this one reserve. Cavalry, go there. Artillery. Stuff like this. General there. Yeah, their artillery was caught off guard, but they still only took a little bit of damage, so nothing great. Move forward. They have a lot of artillery there. Did we run our man? Yes. Okay. Felt like they were moving very slowly, but because I'm on low speed. Yeah, we are gonna take some damage, that's totally fine. Our militia. Their job to be shot. And they are even shooting us from there. Okay, skirms. Destroy that if possible. These things. They have like... Okay, that's a lot of skirmishes. I'm gonna have to chase that with my infantry, I think. Guard unit, deploy here. Reserves, move up. Unit there. Move up. Howitzer, howitzer, howitzer. Set up like that. Cannon. You can start shooting from here. Ammunition. Skirmishers should be chased off the field soon. Need to pour a big volley into them. No, you just shoot that. You worry about the skirmisher. They have cavalry. I need to be mindful of that. Turn real fast. Okay, let's try to go in for a shot. I'm gonna send infantry. Gonna push back their mounted skirmishers. And this unit around. Yeah, I'm taking canister shot. This unit move up. Gonna use it in the flank as well. Keep the cavalry in this forest. Unit, I'm gonna just advance it into this forest there. Move up. Might be slightly too far away with some of the... Okay, let's just let them deploy. This one I'm gonna move into the field. It's dangerous, but sorry. Gonna get shredded a little bit. But they really shouldn't have that much of a defense around this artillery. And once we are able to go in there, good. Another infantry into the field. They are chasing them out of the forest. Obviously that's great. Go and destroy that artillery if possible. They really cannot stand up to concentrated fire like that, even in the forest. Now they are gonna have it even worse because they are in the field. Let's break through here. Continue moving up. Need to have them in position. Behind the infantry. A lot of fire. Go through. Go. Stand here. But yeah, let's go after that artillery. Let's unit help out. overrun that. It's aiming at my cavalry. They are attempting a charge. Where is our general? Send it over. Let's continue overrunning this. Militia, move here. I'm gonna move with these guys there. Yeah, they don't want to lose the control over the heights, but it's gonna happen. Okay, let's send these guys there, I think. Oh no. Fight their mounted skirms. They will want to chip away at my vulnerable units here. So using the cavalry for that would be the best. Face these. They've took some damage. Taken some damage, and yeah. Now I need to deal with these skirms. They're a pain. I can actually go into the forest and fight them from there, maybe. Might be good. So far the second corps is doing pretty well. Quite surprised by it, I must say. Our inexperienced corps. Let's go through the forest if possible. They've lost a lot of artillery, it's gonna be a lot of good guns, and they even have more. Good. Capture it. Got the cannon. Yeah, it needs to move forward a little bit, I think. After our infantry is sufficiently weakened, we should do a charge to wrap this up. They could be entrapped in here, I think. If we do it smart. And one of the units can be delegated back here, I think. This is dangerous, they will start routing this direction to stop it. Skirmishers. I'm gonna just wait in this field, I think, for now. Don't need to deal with them right away, and they would inflict some severe damage on the cavalry. Continue wrapping this up. If their units continue to route that way, they shouldn't have enough to really contest this anymore, and if that's the case, then this artillery can be overrun. Continue. This way. You're gonna get shot, but that's what happens in war. Cavalry back. Yeah, they are sending a unit around, or sending. They are retreating in that direction. Overrun that. Militia also move like that. Howitzers. It's dangerous. I want to send it right into my artillery, maybe. Can you do something about it? Trying to fire at my artillery here. Okay, they routed me with close range canister. That's pretty bad. Position general there. Still taking shots from this. Cavalry go there. Reposition the infantry tank. Full of units. They're trying to charge, but they just recovered from rout, so they shouldn't really be able to do it. We'll see. It's also bad they are routing through my lines. This artillery needs to go. And the cavalry at the skirms, I think. Don't overextend. Yeah, this is what happens. I was thinking that I need them to recover. Prolonged melee didn't really work out, and we lost a lot of cavalry. And skirmishers are just devastating to cavalry. You would not think that, but it is, I think. Can you just be done with them finally? We have a surrender from the mounted skirmishers, that's good. Their artillery is trying to retreat. This brigade rushed them there. Now I'm gonna have to be careful. Oh yeah. Careful and get shredded by the bullet. At least he captured the unit. Yeah, they're shooting it again. It's fine, I can give them recruits, they were not very good cavalry. But I hate losing cavalry. I feel so bad each time. Capture that supply. Bounce. This is a mess. Horrible mess. Let's charge, I think. At least they will get canister shot. Failed charge. These are attempting to charge me. They were just retreating a moment ago. Okay. Shred the rest of the artillery. They might have some good weapons, even the infantry actually. It's a lot of enemies. Gonna try to use the cavalry, maybe. It's not gonna go too well, but we need to start chain routing them so they cannot recover. Sorry, I misclicked. This is gonna have to wait. The artillery can help out. Okay, it just ends the battle for us. The game really doesn't want me to be able to completely disintegrate enemy forces at this point because it knows that the final battles would be like the last one, where the AI would just not have enough men to really mount a significant resistance. Captured some Enfields again. Yeah, they had some good weapons. Also some crap weapons. Overall not bad. Captured some cannon. A lot of Napoleons, that's good. And 10-pounder ordnance, this is a standard, very basic cannon. Thousand extra recruits. Good. Skill points. I'm gonna do medicine. Oh, let's do logistics, we'll need it. Next battle is gonna be cool. Second corps. Gonna have to be recruits for the most part.
Yes, sir.
Cavalry as well. I hate doing that. But They have enough weapons to equip them. Cavalry is actually almost ready. Okay, looks like the rest is fine. Third corps. Okay, now might be actually the time to start investing our resources, since we know the last battle is ahead. So what are we gonna do? Let's take a look at our stocks. We could equip several divisions of militia and infantry. Maybe even a guard unit. I think I'm gonna give Third Corps a guard unit. So how many guards do we have already? I think we have 3. Make sure. Yeah, these just have a lot of standard infantry. Let's give them a guard unit. We are going to give them Enfields. What's the best rifle in the game? For the infantry? For the infantry, it depends what you go for, but you cannot get sufficient numbers of the best things to equip your army with. So for the firepower, you would get the Henrys. Basically, they are... It has magazine, but in the game there is no automatic fire, really, or even semi-automatic. It just will have very quick reload counter, basically. But they will still have the same animation and everything. It's just... it will reload very, very fast. But you need to consider it does not have very good range, because if you take a look at, for example, the Fireball, it has 400 range, while this only has 280, and it is such a valuable weapon. You pay $108 for each gun, and you will go into range of like inferior weapons, like for example Lorenz's, for $22, and they outrange you. So they will be able to inflict damage, and then each man lost will like bleed you dry. So what you want to do with these guns is basically like flank fire and make sure you don't take any damage, which is very micro intensive, and you need to make sure you are taking the damage on the unimportant units. So I'd say the best guns are actually the ones that have a lot of range, but in a sense it's also the gun that you can get the most numbers of very cheaply. So I would even suggest like Springfield 42s, pretty good. You can get loads of them, thousands upon thousands of them, equip the whole army with it, and it will win you the war. Just, it's the backbone. But pure stats, without considering any of the economic damage, probably the Fayetteville. What about a Spencer? 300 range. It's probably also repeating rifle, yeah. For the skirmishers, each faction actually has their own, there's Brown TS. And then Whitworth. These are scoped snipers. And then you have skirmish weapons, so you can even have like carbines and stuff like that. Carbines. Cavalry. Lamat, very good, very expensive. I'm just opting for the Palmetto usually. Cheapest, most available saber and gun. You can equip a lot of cavalry with it. Lever action rifles are so cool. Yeah. That's what they are, lever action, it's not semi-auto. Yeah, so... It's cool, but it will cost you arm and a leg, so you shouldn't really do it unless you have a very specific purpose. For a single unit of like 2000, you will just keep in reserve for the most part and use them only to do very special things. Okay, I have 13 howitzers. I think I would like a unit of these equipped, but maybe not for this battle. We also have so many 12-pounders, I'm gonna have to sell them at some point. It's 50,000 tied up in that. let's get into the army screen, 3rd Corps. This guard unit can pick a trait. Let's get an infantry unit. Take a look, 13th infantry. 14th infantry, yeah, I'm gonna have to do 15th. Howitzers are the best. There are 2 kinds of cannon, basically, or rather, gun, or artillery, you could say. And that would be, one type is howitzer. I already talked about this last time you asked, I think. I'm not sure if you asked this specific question, but we talked about it already, I'm sure. So yeah, you have howitzers, which excel at using canister shot, and they are really bad at range. They also have inferior maximum range, usually, and they are just good at mid to very close ranges, while there are also cannon, and the cannon is the exact opposite. It has high range, and it is good at mid to high ranges. Oh, what are the best? The best howitzers are 24 pounders. Artillery, 24 pounder howitzer. It's a good idea to start buying them up from day one. Once you get access to the shop, just stockpile them. I already have a unit of 24 of these, and I have 13 more in the reserve. I'm gonna equip them to one of my units that is already veteraned up. The other artillery, but I need 24 to be able to replace their current cannon. Made an infantry unit. How many cavalry we have? Let's do 8 cavalry. Get another infantry unit, or actually, how many militia do we have? 7, 8. Another infantry. Gonna be a horrible mess, the battle that's ahead. So any amount of men extra we can get is gonna be good. What was that? 16th. Let's create a new corps. Yeah, 17th. Springfields. How many howitzers do we have in total? 10. Howitzer. What's the benefit of having more core? How the game works is you have battles, and the battles will sometimes only, or not sometimes, always, you can have as big of a core as you want. Like, you can have a core that has 33,000 men, but there is a battle, you give the core location, and then it will say, oh, you can only field like 8 brigades out of this. So what happens is you can usually give some other corps some other tasks, like being in reserve, flanking, holding some positions, things like that. It's determined by the mission. Sometimes it's only one corps that you can use. But in the big battles, you actually need to have several corps to do different things, because the massive battles have all these corps at once. Well, I cannot. I'm at maximum organization. I'm at 10, you cannot get any better at that. And my core is, the first one is completely filled up. Maximum amount of troops, maximum amount of artillery and cavalry in each single brigade. It's been topped off completely. So now I develop the other ones, and I would do it still. It's not a good idea to create a one-track pony first core, because then what would happen is you would only have several units here, for example, like 4, and then there would be a big battle, and you would be holding with this. And now the game would send you the 4 units from flank and say, yeah, now flank, and you have only 4 units to do it with. So you need to have numbers. It's just you actually, if you don't like the fiddling around with the army things like this, it is gonna be a massive pain for you to play a Union, because Union wants you to do this earlier and more than I'm doing it. All of this is possible because I've managed to steal most of the equipment and develop it one brigade at a time usually, or several after each battle, but Union will say like, yeah, you have nothing and you need to establish all the things immediately right off the bat, and that can suck because it can be overwhelming. If you don't know what you are doing, you might do horrible mistakes, but that's life, right? Just have to deal with it and eventually we'll learn. You can also ask questions if you need something. I'm always on the Discord, at least on my phone, so I would be glad to help you out with something. From making entirely cavalry unit? Like, you mean core? Like create entire core out of cavalry? Nothing. You could make that. You could make entire core of skirmishers or artillery. It's just that each unit actually, there is like this rock paper scissors mechanic between the units, unit types rather, but it also depends a lot on the equipment and experience level of the units. So yeah, not really, but it is dependent on other things as well. But you need to keep in mind, just if you send in only cavalry, cavalry gets hard countered by infantry, and the enemy will always have infantry. So if a cavalry unit is at 750 men strong, like you can have right here, if this unit goes into the open and takes a volley from 2500 infantrymen, it's gonna lose like 150 men and instantly rout. And that will happen in a second. So
Yes, sir.
going for something like one-trick pony things is not good. Hello Maris, welcome. We just did the last two side missions. Now we are ready for the main battle. James Longstreet, my hero. Do we have him? James Longstreet? Yeah. Is he a guy? I guess so, right? He's leading my best cavalry. Or best, this is my second best. I have my best here. Is Nathan Bedford Forrest in this? I have no idea, man. I have no idea. These names don't really tell me anything because I'm not familiar with the Civil War much. But if you know even the people who actually participated in it, you can maybe Google it. But I'm not going through the units to find out. And he might not even be here because you have barracks and you can hire officers, so he can just be in here somewhere. Or not even here, but on the list of names as well. And to show the Federal States of America are. Yeah. The main battle is gonna be sweet, I think. Yeah, I just made him that. It's not like he had to be. He was just a major general I think I could hire, and I wanted a good officer for the cavalry because officer has an impact on the unit stats. So I hired him. So in theory, you could maybe go like full historical nut if you are very familiar with the Civil War and create armies that would be at least similar to their real-life counterparts, even with officers leading certain units maybe. So that's, I find it completely insane, so let's not delve further. I'm gonna do another unit. Militia. Create another militia.
Yes, sir.
Nope. Damn. Okay. And let's take a look at the armory. I could do one more infantry brigade. Do we have any golds? I'm gonna buy up the golds. Longstreet was also a left general in the ACW. Left general. I don't know what that means. Yeah. you know quite a bit more than I do. I know very little. It's like, it might be one of the areas in history that I know like the least about, maybe. Lieutenant General, okay. Yeah, let's do another infantry. 18th infantry. Give them Springfield. And 9th cavalry. Okay. So the AI, he gets veterans for free and he gets 1700 recruits. Yeah, so their army was diminished by about 20,000 men. Might have also destroyed some of their artillery in the side missions. Left generals or left in Canada as a shorthand, okay. I wasn't familiar with this line at all, so pardon me. Which kind of units did General Marek command in the Civil War? Yeah, all the units. Just all of them. We have 4 corps right now. The 4th one is a little bit of a stub, but it's gonna get better eventually. Our first one is elite. Save the game. Okay, so by the order of what's more important, we need to go from the top to the bottom, I think. We have our core here. Drop our first. Oh, I think middle might be the most important one. Right? No, not really. First corps goes there. Second corps goes there. Third corps goes there. And fourth corps reinforcement. All of them naturally, yeah. Precisely. Yes, we have already done Shiloh. This is the town of Sharpsburg. The nearby area offers good defensive positions that will help counter the Union army of General McClellan. Antietam Creek on the east helps us to defend our right flank. This ridge should be defended because the Federals will surely attempt to cross it. Many bridges. The river has several other possible passages, but we do not have enough men to guard them all. We expect the main bulk of the Union army to arrive from the valley situated at the north of the town. We must guard our left flank at Nicodemus Hill. We should also place most of our infantry in these woods that provide good protection from enemy fire. But because you beat Shiloh, you might have Nathan Bedford Forest. But if you don't know, big loss. He's unpopular. I don't know who that is, so the main name really means nothing. I guess it's a commander of CSA? Or you need to elaborate if you want me to understand. I'm sorry. Our line will extend eastwards. Is he unpopular? Unpopular for a specific reason? Up to this location along the sunken road. From here we can dominate the river crossing at the east. There will be a lot of losses in this battle. Guarantee it. Oh yeah, a few specific reasons. Okay. The rest of our troops are on their way and will arrive down this road. Also, we will command like a huge ball of cavalry in this battle. Several thousand. Union army is in position and may attack at dawn. Be better. Okay. Huge map. Union forces are approaching from the north. Okay. We need to hold our defensive lines established in the woods. Nicodemus Hill is a perfect for placing our artillery and shooting at the flanks of the advancing Union lines. Not really, but I might keep some cannon in here. I won't muddy up your chat, but he was all about glory battles, less about big picture strategies. Oh, okay. Must be an interesting character then. These commanders, yeah, I can imagine that he might have become unpopular, even a bit the man actually, right? Our main objective is not to allow enemy to capture Dunker Church area, which will allow their further advance towards the town and our supply center. Furthermore, the church provides excellent sight lines that will help us strike the enemy. Nicodemus Hill sounds like just the place where I could sit back and pulverize the Yeah, I think we are gonna put Morris's mortars in there somewhere, but you have howitzers. I think your best position would be just behind our infantry to canister shot them in the face. Not our infantry to the face, but the enemies, because there is no canister friendly fire in this game, or even cannon fire friendly fire. So totally good to place your howitzers behind your units, and you should do it. We expect our first reinforcements to arrive in about 2 hours, so it is advised to not overstretch our lines with aggressive maneuvers. Watch your flank and hold tight. Good luck, General. Okay. Take a look at the South First Corps. Gonna have to, yeah, we have several deployment areas. So 3 brigades here, 5 here, 3 here. I'm gonna scrap all of that. And then we'll decide what goes where. Because the game just delegates it. I don't like that. So, first thing, this place. Right, how many howitzers do we have? I'm gonna place cannon in here, I think. Where are the cannon? Do we have another cannon in it? No. We definitely will need infantry. And I'm going to give this place to First Guard Super Cheese. No, I'm gonna need his services also, actually. This can be just infantry. Fine. Cannon will take position here. All the way up to there. That's fine. And we should probably give this place a cavalry unit. We will get the rest of undeployed units as well, but it's best to have the important things in place. Keep the ammunition wagon here, general, then brigades. So this is our main sort of area. Along with this means I'm gonna have to keep some good units in here. I think militia is actually good for this, because militia is great at melee fighting, and there is bound to be a lot of melee fighting. However, we need to put Super Cheese somewhere, and friendly, friendly goes here. Infantry. Infantry guard. Guard. Where is first guard? Can do a second guard. There is Super Cheese. And then howitzers. Oh, this is cannon. Okay. Okay, let's keep the cannon there then. I'm gonna join them up, I think. And then a howitzer in it. Flash kits. Right here. Right about here. Here. And then, can we do more? No. Then we need 3 more here. So, howitzer. But Mosses mortar is gonna hold position here. Are actual good infantry. Militia. I'm gonna keep the militia for filling in the lines where we'll be threatened. Moss can be there. Flash gets. Might position my infantry already, actually. I don't want the Union to take cover in the forest, so I'm gonna position it like this. Fine. And guard and infantry. Gonna keep the infantry here. Okay, that's all things we can get for now. Start the battle. Then the cavalry there. Infantry take up positions here. Cannon and cannon. Gonna position our cannons here. Guys are actually in the position over there. Hit them. We start with only partial battlefield. It's gonna expand as we get other engagements, as we saw before. I could have actually picked Letterington's snipers here, but I think it does not really matter for now. You can see enemy skirmishers. I'll see what they do. Looks like they are content to get picked apart by the artillery for now. Fine. Skirmishers are actually good at taking artillery fire because they seldom take casualties, but fine. These brigades are weak. Iron Brigade 3 stars. That's good, but it's 700 men. Like, I'm pretty sure I could just shred it. Move up. Try to get it. Yeah, they have. These are very low numbers somehow. Before they had like 3000 brigades in the last side battle. What happened to those? I guess they will have like generally more units, but maybe spread out men. Because they will have a lot of men in total. Just maybe not so much right now. They have brought up some artillery. I would like to flank and destroy that, but they will probably stick around nearby them. And the Iron Brigade has escaped our attentions. I could run into the field and start shooting them. I think I'm gonna do that. At least a volley. Maybe we can break them. Yeah, they probably are. They are 3-star units, some of them. Which is puzzling because none of their units survived any battles, but... Oh, they have another unit. Okay, I need to be careful. I'm careless. But this is still a good exchange, I think. It's an elite unit, so if we manage to destroy it, all the better. Forward a little bit. Then close range volley. They might have good rifles as well. They are not taking that many losses, like we are firing with a lot more men. Not really doing much. The bummer. Meanwhile, this will be going on, so they are creating sort of a standoff situation. Okay, they are definitely losing morale. Of man is danger. Cannot run in there. And maybe shoot them a little bit. Not really. Hey, Lincoln has called up the Mexican-American war veterans. Yeah. We took like 30 losses there. Okay, let's go back. Go back into the forest. Hide. Fine. They're still... I don't know. Not that positive. Maybe it's better to shred these with artillery then. The cannon should do pretty well. Also, supply. I'm gonna have to run here to supply the cannon. They are burning through the ammunition pretty quickly. That engagement was a dumpster fire. Okay, now we get the good stuff. Let's get our cavalry. Okay, they are trying to do something. Oh, they are trying to go after my... Ah, I have to run there. They don't want my reinforcements to happen. They are very mean. Slow the game down. Lotterington, go there. Some extra units. I'm gonna keep militia and this infantry behind our lines here. These two here. Run them as well. What's happening? Oh, they captured my supply wagon. They are mean. Okay, let's run in there. Skirmishers. If they hustle my supplies, it's over. I couldn't hold. But yeah, they are like high quality. They captured my supply. I have to reload. Sorry for that, but it would be unwinnable. I have to be more careful. Also, the initial fight was dumpster fire, so okay. I didn't get my last core, but it's fine. And again, I'm gonna have to reshuffle this. Maybe we take Lotterington. The cavalry really didn't achieve anything. I think he's somewhere else. I'm gonna have to scrap this. AI just loves to give me useless units or units in bad positions, basically. Take a look. Cannon. I mean, the cannon are pretty bad roll. Lotterington will do much better here. An infantry unit. Like, yeah, most will be in this forest. Then guard. Actually, I would like infantry to be here. Because these are bound to take a lot of losses. We have another infantry unit, yeah. 3 and 2 howitzers if possible. We have flash kits as well. Then this area. Another howitzer, and then 2 infantry units. Militia units actually. There is infantry. Switch them around. Militia can be on the corner here. They are bound to take more losses. Unit in there. Can immediately position them, so it's good. This area. Get this unit in there. It's gonna have to be a little bit more in the front. Same with this one. Howitzer there. The other howitzer here. And their supply wagon. And that's it. Move up. Snipers go there. Howitzer there, and the rest of our guys should be in position to hold. It's a nice forest. Yes, it is. I like it. Can be very useful as well. That's the sole reason we will be able to hold this. So yeah, even though the Union had very low numbers on the initial divisions, these were like crack divisions. These were very well experienced and equipped units. So our rebel didn't really do much. Very disappointing. Okay, start picking them off. Snipers are gonna do wonders against these veterans. And Morris is peppering them as well. Yeah, there goes Hoffman as well. Gonna be a flanking fire. I'm sure. I might also be a crack unit, but that's a little crack. Yeah. 5 kills so far. I've given you the Napoleons, but they suck. I do have 13 24-pounder howitzers though, ready in the stockpiles. So you are gonna get those eventually when I can, because you do have 2nd rank already. So this unit is gonna be good. Might be trying to go around to shoot me. No, they are routing. Shoot them again. Was a lot of artillery fire. Like their general is trying to bring order to this. Go back, this is getting a little hairy, but our infantry should be able to take that on pretty well if they approach. I'm tempted to shoot the general, but I shouldn't, because he will not go down in a single volley, I don't think. Yeah, now the infantry is gonna send them off again. And everyone's hidden, I think. They don't see anyone. So they are not even firing their artillery, I don't think. They don't know where it's coming from. It's good for us, just big casualties, but need to keep in mind our supply is getting diminished and we have a finite amount and we cannot buff it up in the army screen. So the thing to do would be take our cavalry once it arrives and go and steal some of the supply wagons, because the AI for sure has at least several of them around here. Any amount of ammunition we can get is gonna be great, because this battle is gonna be a long one. Ammunition is gonna be a very vital resource. Try to kill the general, I'm gonna try it, but usually it's a bad idea to do it. Morris has the same idea. He's standing around, so maybe it's gonna work on the 2nd volley. Come on. You know you want to. Integrate. They are sending more. No, the general is still alive. They're standing around, huh? Yeah. He doesn't really understand that he's in danger. I'm gonna try to go for the kill. He's wounded. I'm sure he has like very little HP left. Yeah, and that's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time. But let's get these skirmishers in here. This is a dangerous situation like last time. Get our cavalry, send it to the hill, because they will want to flank me. Let's die hard. Is he somebody who was bad? Like, bad in sorts of, like, bad at life? Not bad, like, bad behavior. You guys surely know a lot more about Civil War than I do, so feel free to enlighten me. Always like to learn new things. Yeah, now they are aggressive more than before, so that's good. This is also a prime target for a cavalry charge, but we need to swing around. Also their skirmishers are gonna be pestering me. Let's move Morris a little bit. I don't want him shot. Or joke on his name, okay. And yes, I know what hooker means in slang. Everybody knows that, right? No need to elaborate. The skirmishers. Isn't it a prostitute? I think it is. Why did you have to make me say it? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it, right? Yeah. Don't get shot in the face. Because And was it funny? I severely doubt that. But maybe you find funny things that I would not find. No, I'm laughing. Of course I find it funny, but it's very immature humor, right? Yeah. Or serious. It was fun, okay. These skirmishers, I'm gonna go after them. Okay, we have guard unit. I'm gonna send it there. This guard is gonna guard the flank. Skirmishers can just be in the field. Gonna be a pain. Militia can take the shots to the face, that's fine. It's immature. Incredibly immature, but yes, also funny. We all have our low points, right? Super cheese should do pretty well against these. Give this a little more. Actually, no, let's keep super cheese in this wood, at least a little bit of cover is good. Hooker needs to go. I've spent so much effort already on trying to wound him. I need to do it. Maybe the artillery can finish him off. Sometimes it can actually do a fair bit of damage to general units. There is an iron brigade. Getting shot apart from all sides, but it's still standing. It's incredibly durable. This is juicy, I need to do it. I need to do it before they rout, because if they start routing, they might go here and then back, and they will constantly shift around this. It's terrible. You don't want that. Just go in, snipe the artillery, and then pick apart the infantry. Best way. So how are we doing with Latrington? Already has 306 kills. Ammunition wagon, where is it? I'm gonna send it there. Oh, it's taking the cavalry such a long time to do this. Maybe Latrington can shoot some of these skirms, I doubt it. Hey Frankie, welcome. How are you doing in defending your rights to enslaving people? It's going well. I think we are wiping the floor with the enemies often, which is good. Means they don't really have the time to recover their strength. But I'm not enslaving anyone. It's the game about war, not about politics. I know it was a joke. Fine. But I think we shouldn't really dwell on that. Okay, start going here. If you do the arrows, they will sometimes drop around. Maxed out his politics stat right off the bat, yeah. That's what I did. Because it brings you more dosh that you need to do if you want to survive in the wilderness. Yeah, it is a spicy subject, we know it. We already talked about it in the Discord, and it is a polarizing thing, to say the least. I'd prefer not to talk about the political aspect of the game too much. Don't really care about people's standpoints on it, politically speaking. It has been almost 200 years. Just see this as a war game, which it is, and enjoy some epic combat noises. All this is about. We'll take some severe losses. That canister shot was insane. How many people is it killing? It's 120 horsemen. This is some good cannon. Well, it was, you were part of it, I think. It was in just before. I want those cannons, yeah. They are absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Come on, just let me do it. Oh no, another bullet. Ah, that hurts. Market was fighting Sandrogan against big bad capitalist wolf. Well, basically. I don't want to talk about it. I don't care about the political aspect of it, I really don't. Okay, we captured Seymour. Stop parenting. Yeah, I mean, everything can be made sound good if you label it correctly, but this is not what it's about. I really don't want to talk about it. And of all places to talk about things like this, which would be the last place to do it? No, I am politics guy, sort of. But problem is, discussion needs to be going both ways, and some people just cannot handle an argument. Therefore, I don't usually do it, just because it brings unnecessary tension. I'm not interested in creating tension at all. And apart from that, like, I don't know, it's tough to summarize it, but in this day and age, it's sort of hard to have an opinion on things that wouldn't immediately trigger people, because we are no longer like in a state of you can have whatever opinion. It's you are getting labeled unnecessarily, even if you are not really anything like that. It's just we are living in a very strange time, so let me put it that way. I'm not sure if it's the same in Canada, but here in Europe you just cannot express your opinions freely usually. Yeah, welcome Zara. Zara has it right. Just focus on that. So we managed to wipe out their artillery, that's good. But they shot me in the face several times, so we took 234, 38 and 43 losses. Yeah, this unit, it's my best one, and it took a lot of damage. That's gonna hurt to replenish that. Another captured unit. They are trying some desperate charges, but what it's doing, it's just routing them, and then they will surrender. So we are getting the better deal here. Yeah, not a surrender. Cavalry can keep watch while the supply wagon slowly makes its way over here. I wanted gonna supply my forces for a long time. Our initial supply will, yeah, it's halfway point already. And this is just the first wave. They will have more. Their measures. Shoot them. Federals attack the sunken road. Okay. Let's do around the right, I think. Federals send another attacking wave. We are greatly outnumbered. We don't have to worry about politics, plus I played Germany during World War II and Hearts of Iron 4, so I can't judge you for playing the CSA. Yeah, exactly, that's what I was talking about actually in the Discord. Like, I'm not sure if you caught it, but I think you did. I don't share the opinion of some people that we shouldn't even have the option to play as the bad people. I want to have options. I want to play as the bad people sometimes. Of course, not all the time, in all games I play, but like if they, I would compare it like if they would come and say you cannot play CSA or you cannot play Germany during World War II, it would be the same to me as they would come into Warhammer and saying, oh, you cannot play Chaos or you cannot play Dark Elves. It's just, why restrict people because of your agenda? It's not doing anything apart from less interesting game that it will create. And you see it all around you, like all the new AA titles that try to be politically correct just ended up boring. The reality of it. And just, yeah, keep politics out of it. Just enable everything apart from extremism, and it's fine. Chaos Army, good old spikes. I'm not a Chaos guy at all myself, but I still advocate for the faction being able, yeah, like people being able to play it, because it's as it should be. Yeah, defensive position is defended. Be careful to guard that bridge, because the enemy may attempt to cross it. It is advised to deploy some artillery to target the far shore of the river. Yeah, for sure. But not only have it, but have you be able to play it. That's the important difference. Plenty of games have the other factions in them. It's just they are sometimes not playable because of reasons. Like, we will never get a German campaign for any Call of Duty game. That's a very polarizing thing to say, I know, but it is correct. Just look at the games, and we'll never get one, I don't think. And there has been plenty of titles in that franchise. Okay, I'm gonna have to organize this. This is a giant mess. I'm gonna take these 2 units, just create sort of a hold on that. That's fine, and then we need to defend this. We have this hill, these defensive positions are okay. We will use them, but then this right side, the bridge is where they will come from, and they could inflict some severe damage. Unfortunately, I cannot send units and hold this, because they will spawn here, which means that they will inevitably just run in here and create a big mess. So best thing to do would be hold this forest here, and then have some units on the high ground. When they approach the open field, just blast them. Do it slightly more like this. And then we have another one. I'm gonna go into the forest. For some games it is valid playing. The game should have only one side, otherwise the campaign would be very short. Oh yes. For some games, for sure. But what I don't like is restricting options because of political reasons. So that's what I need to clarify. It's not about gameplay reasons. which there sometimes can be gameplay reasons. Hey Alexei, welcome. But if it's political, it's just distasteful to me. I don't like restricting things because of politics, no matter the politics in question. Just don't do it. Keep some cavalry back here. How's your heroic cavalry doing? I'm gonna show it in a moment. I was just setting up this another corps because we just go to a new part of the battlefield. I think your cavalry is right here, and it inflicted 222 losses, suffered 43 casualties in this battle. It managed to wipe off all the enemy artillery along with its friends. And yeah, the other cavalry unit, my other best one, actually took a big canister shot to the face, suffered over 200 losses. That was a huge shot. I bet those cannons were actually good howitzers, like not Napoleons but better. I'm gonna swipe this skirmisher screen off the face of the earth. It's a massive bother to me, and it has been torn in my side for a while. More skirmishers. Skirms are horrible, they just devastate cavalry with concentrated fire. It's not even funny. Okay, how do we set this up? Yeah, just be here, that's fine. There. Actually, I appreciate a howitzer there, but I cannot justify that, I don't think. Cannon. Yeah, let's actually go with cannon here. Howitzer there. And then skirmishers. I don't actually need them, but I'm going to use them right there. Howitzer. Skirmishers surrender. That was here, okay. Send them back. And chase down the rest. Be rid of them forever. They are a massive pain. Well, these smaller brigades should just fall very quickly. Let's give them some flanking fire with the militia. I'm gonna have to swing back. They are threatening my supply wagon here. The one that I stolen from them. Gonna be invaluable though. My own is running out, I think. Slowly but surely. We also need supply there, but that's gonna be provided by this one, if we can get it. Just 200 men, I think we can overrun that, if need be. Gonna have to shift this position slightly. Yeah, they are just all messed up. Brave of them. Let's go into this forest with the cavalry. I'm sure there will be more targets soon. Yeah, they are approaching with stronger brigades now. That was supposed to go at the center, yeah. And then we need to hold this. So we'll see how soon we will get some adversaries here. Keep this over here. Okay, they have open field in front of them, so the enemy will suffer casualties as well if they decide to fight us there. Cavalry in reserve. I should actually maybe bowl up my cavalry, but not yet. At a later point in the battle it will be good for just massive cavalry charge into the infantry, because that is going to happen eventually, not yet. Also, these guys, just go away. Why are you so mean? They are routing, but they want to go after my captured units. I cannot say I like that. They can probably pull it off, that's the worst part. Skirmishers can whittle them down here. There's another unit. Ah, it's disgusting. Okay, let's send the militia after them. Going to shift our units. Super Cheese will take this position now. These militia will chase them. Laterington will keep taking pot shots. Ammunition. What about the other part of the battlefield? Yeah, they are sending units, more and more. They have new artillery. I'm gonna try to swing around, maybe we can capture something, but getting more and more dangerous. As there are more units, more artillery there as well. Overrun that, don't even try to reload, just clobber them. They maybe will surrender. Order. Supply wagon. Try to take it. A lot of infantry. Not bad to shoot the supply wagons, because we are losing the man we could have captured. Okay, let's try to sneak the supply wagon around like that. To kill the general, snag the other supply wagon. They will be deprived of ammunition, I think. Yeah, this one surrendered. That's what I expected. Sniper is there. Just bowl up our surrendered units over here if we ever need to retreat. I don't remember the scope of the battle, so eventually we might have to pull back. In which case it would be good to not have to go out of our way to do it. Stupid when they shoot supply, yeah it is. It's bothersome as well because you need to trigger no fire, and when they capture they will re-enable it. And if there are multiple wagons they will immediately shoot the other one. And they can do some pretty serious damage to them. It's a bother. Okay, surround and execute. This is their main thing now. General is dead. Swing around. I am going to actually send out our cavalry here. It might be the bad time because they might actually cross here, but I'm gonna still do it. I need to meet up. Then we can maybe overrun even contested units. That wagon was looking pretty funny. I had to shoot it. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly right. Are they stuck? No, they are moving, just very slowly. That's fine. So what's their plan? Like they want to pile up their artillery in here. They have quite a few cannon. I suspect it's not the lower quality cannon, so it would be invaluable to capture them. Meanwhile, this is just torn apart, so eventually we'll be able to just overrun this very quickly when we need to do it. The landscape has been quite destroyed by the shelling though. Especially here, where they're holding the areas. Okay, they just spawned right in me. I was thinking that might happen. It's okay, we can run off. And that was a unit of mounted skirmishers. They could be a bother, but we should have numbers on our side. This cavalry, they took a lot of losses. I already regret that. That's gonna cost me like $50,000 to replenish that. They are just guarding their stuff. Cannot say I approve of that. And mounted skirmishers here. They're probably gonna go and join their army. They're sending more stuff. Artillery. Gonna send skirmishers. Try to engage that. More artillery or mounted skirmishers. It's tempting to just run out and shoot them actually. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, he's here. Okay. Can you do it? Can you do it? At least some losses. Dragons have made its way over here. Send them back. Blitterington actually could be shifted to a better position now. I'm gonna probably keep him to guard this. I'm not sure if they will send more here, but it's possible. Okay, those are some chunky infantry blocks. I'm gonna have to switch my skirmishers back, I think. No, they are trying to advance actually, that's good. Okay, let's destroy them, I think. Should be able to do it. General down. They do have quite a bit, but we should have the numbers. I'm going to have to bring up my howitzers. General. This infantry unit, I'm gonna rush it there to cut them off. Is it a charge? Yes, I think they are charging. Do we have reserves? Yes, send them here. Means I'm gonna have to keep my general here maybe. Charges are dangerous. Move up. Cut them off. Is that a massive charge? Like maybe 2 units of 1,000. Howitzer, focus on that. Cannon as well. And the reserve infantry there. Can we do something? No. Everything is protected, but that's a lot of stuff I would like to get eventually. Is this going well? No, not at all. Managed to get quite a few losses on us here. It's probably the artillery. They have quite a bit in there. It's just stacked on top of each other on the bridge. But our howitzers should do well as well, eventually. What are you doing? These units are so stupid. Keep shooting. Okay, more units. I'm gonna have to bring my cavalry back. Do it this way. Yeah, I know. Not good. I could actually... Oh, yeah, I think we have the opportunity to use our cavalry on this. We can overrun it most likely. They don't have a retreat position really. So if we manage to inflict losses to the point where they will start routing, the cavalry will actually do very well. But we need to hug this side because otherwise we'll get shot to pieces. This is going well, I think. Somebody is killed. One of our officers. Okay. This infantry is getting absolutely shredded. Fortunately, it's the one of the newer ones. So it's just recruits in Springfields, basically. But it's still bothersome that they bugged out like that. Are constantly just milling about in a long line, getting shredded. Okay, yeah, the first one to go will of course be my precious first cavalry. Fourth one is the perfect adept to go first. They need to earn their pay. Will follow. Come on, do it. Listen to your orders. You want to swing around that way? Horrible. Some losses on our artillery, it's not great obviously, but we've been inflicting a lot of losses in return. Okay, Lettrington, I'm gonna send him over. It's dangerous, but we need to do it. Move in. They should have a lot of time now. Clusterfuck. I think they are stuck. For some reason they managed to get there. Never saw that before. Somebody surrendered. How bad is the friendly fire? It's non-existent. There is no friendly fire in the game. Otherwise, it would completely melt me if that was the case, if it was present. Because this obviously was a very bad situation to be in. So much musket fire going to our back. But it is not a thing in this game. We are fine. Howitzers instead of the cannon. Cannon has to shift back here. I should just keep them here. If anything ever crosses that bridge again, then I have to shoot it. All of our cavalry. Gonna keep the cavalry here. Give another one, I think, there. Actually, it was back then. Pretty bad, probably. In some situations, more than others, I'd imagine. This is also pretty demoralizing. It's very brave of them. I don't think this is gonna succeed. Militia is just waiting on them. It's not terrible losses from a distance, but once they are in melee, militia actually excels in melee, and they have the perks for it. So I imagine we could even capture them. Yeah, it's better for the AI especially, because I could, if the friendly fire was a thing, I could even bait the AI into shooting its own things, and or avoid taking unnecessary friendly fire by just doing other things than this. I am doing this because I can, but there are other options you could do if the friendly fire was a thing. Like, especially taking things more slowly and spread your units more widely. Well, the AI would just have big problems with that. Like in Total War, you usually do that with cannons because they would be having obstructed lines of fire anyway. But here, you can just place artillery behind infantry and it's fine. Yeah. Basically, I think it is necessary for the game to actually be good, but playable, 20 degree. Okay, we are losing supply there, gonna send supply there. Cannons, they did some damage in this battle, not an insane amount. What do we do? Can we swoop in? I imagine we could. That is a 500 unit, but maybe we can just overrun it. Alternatively, I could rush out with some of my own units. Do we have militia? Infantry and infantry. Let's get our guards here, and these two infantry are gonna prepare in the field here. Or actually, go into the forest. There's another wagon, gonna snag it. Letherington is here as well. I'm gonna just send him somewhere, I don't want to lose him. It's a very valuable unit. We need to destroy this artillery. Our next goal. They're sending some cavalry. I like the supply wagon system. It would be good in Total War 2 for instance to be able to resupply. Yeah, they already have sort of thing like that. In terms of you can have for some races, they actually have I'm gonna have to stop this. They have a unit that's an agent you attach to an army, and it has like 3 charges of resupply action, so it refills like part of the bar of a single unit. But I also am not a fan of the ammo system and Total War in terms of balance of power. So if you're fighting an army, right, you are a ranged based army and you shred the other army completely, it doesn't even have anyone left, and it still says you didn't lose anyone, and it says that it was a close victory, because ammunition bar actually counts as balance of power. And I get that it makes the arch unit more valuable in terms of balance of power if it can shoot, but at the same time it doesn't really make sense. Like, especially if you do multiple battles in the same turn, you will still have all the ammunition with you. It's not like you lose it tactically in between battles. So it's just a cheesy way for the game to restrict range-based armies. Yeah, in all the Total War games it wasn't the case. So, Total War is an interesting topic. I like many Total War games, but I dislike some of the newest mechanics. Of course, I'm a big fan of Warhammer, so I'm gonna play it, but I don't even plan to buy the 3rd one. Doesn't seem very good. It was a buggy mess when it came out, like horrifically bugged. And I'm getting tired of paying for the 3rd time for the same game. It is the same game, just more stuff in it. Yeah, good, but that would be like DLC territory maybe for some companies. CA is not the most moral of companies at all. Okay, just take that, destroy that, then we can go away. They routed my... okay, 700 men routed, 2,500. It's okay. Go back, go back, go back. Destroy that. Now we'll take some losses, but it's not the worst cavalry. Their units are powerful, I think they have good weapons. All I'd like is Warhammer 40k Total War. I never got into fantasy, yeah. 40k Total War would be interesting, but they would have to base it on a single planet most likely. So I'm not sure how viable that would be. Yeah, I'm going to wait on a big sale on it, then I'm gonna pick it up. I'm not paying a lot for it. It's a matter of principle as well. I could totally get it. It's just I'm tired of giving money to companies who are just lazy. Bluecoats launched their last attempt to break us. They seem to mobilize their forces to pass the stone bridge. It is time to give a fight there. Okay. This is our last core, I think. Search for more Union infantry that can cross the river. Yeah, that's the initial part when we located the other thing. Maybe in a sector, when you go around, each planet has its own map. Maybe Hive World has multiple cities. Yeah, there will be a bunch of DLC for sure. Yeah, I think in 40k setting, do it either a single planet, something like Gladius, or do it in terms of a sector, like you call it. Just have it, but you would have to figure out how to do planet jumping, which is a problem. I would like you can have the story-based battles that are around characters, maybe from Warhammer 2. That would be good, but it would be complicated to do that. And also the field battles, like in terms of Warhammer 40k, if you take a look at like Apocalypse tabletop, it would be absolutely insane. Like if Titan things would be very unbalanced. You would have to figure out how to implement them without breaking the game. And things like replenishment and things like that would just have to go completely out of the window, most likely. I don't know. It's a very different sort of environment. You need to realize that there has never been a Total War that's set in modern day or futuristic setting, and for a good reason, because milsims actually try to do that, but the scale of battle is usually very hard to implement. Yes, they are, and they can like crush regiments of infantry and tanks with a single attack and take insane amount of damage and dissipate it with their shields without taking any damage, so that would be very hard to balance. They can even pulverize settlements, and even we realize how big a hive city is, or even its industrial outskirts. It's like insane, absolutely insane, but it would be cool. I would like that. I would like to see it one day. Okay, so it needs to be defended at all costs. Let's push back the Yankees north of the church. And finally the Sunken Road area. Clearing this perimeter around the city will secure our victory. No, don't do bad things. Okay, they are trying to push in, they just don't want to cooperate with us anymore. This infantry needs to hold until we can get this back. I'm actually gonna start sending units this way, the ones that are no longer needed. There. Yeah, they will be trying to breach this, I'm sure. And we have other units. Okay, I just neglected it for a second. We have militia, that's okay. Howitzers, I'm gonna have to move the howitzers here. Cavalry can hang back. Infantry. And this infantry here. Gonna be more management, I just have to do it. I got a bunch of extra units, so no way around that. Just get these guys there. Keep these as reserves. These things into the forest here. Cavalry there. And do we have more cannon? Yes, we do. Cannon. Push it up. Is it cannon or howitzer? Howitzer. And then into the forest. And here, yeah, they are trying to do that again. They have artillery. So this is gonna suffer some casualties. But again, I cannot really do anything about that. Let's just push the cannon. Try to shoot at that a little bit. We need our general in this area. And they will try to push this hard, I think. At least we managed to kill a lot of their artillery, but they still have a lot of it. Like, we already killed an insane amount during this battle. They still have a lot left. This army is quite big. The Union one. It's the largest we faced so far, I think. And yes, the infantry brigades are a little bit smaller, but it's also because they already took a lot of damage. And they are split into multiple smaller ones, and they are elite, so they are definitely doing a lot of damage. Yeah, let's take our artillery. Gonna set it up here. Our other units. Now is the time to start setting up an attack. Here. And guard, just hold. Constrict that a little bit. Do we have a general in here? Yes. Let's send him here. And there is a supply wagon, I think. Yes, let's send it there. This infantry, just send it into the forest. Maybe they can take some pot shots. Can we do counter battery fire on them? Should cannon do the same? This can handle itself, pretty sure. Soon we should be able to melt them, I think. Wrap around, I need to make sure we surround them completely. Nobody escapes. Get this supply wagon. Morris can be moved up. This is gonna be an issue. In order to defeat this thoroughly, I'm gonna have to suffer casualties and chip away at them. And after we deal with the main army, then we can maybe pull together a force of militia and like the less valuable units and swing around. I was sick of the forest, yeah. We are still firing. Yeah, 241 kills. It's not bad for a howitzer unit at a range. Especially since those were some of the Iron Brigade veterans. Definitely worth its wages. Yeah, they are using some cavalry. It's all mounted skirmishers though. So it's nothing terribly scary. Okay, it's time to start pushing. They shouldn't be able to really contest us at this point. Come on, listen to your orders. Might have to do a general attack soon. Losing control of this. Why are you so bad? I'm not clicking on that unit. It wants to just charge the freaking skirmish. Why? I'm not clicking on them. This is a bug. I'm clicking here. No. Cannot have nice things. Okay. So at this point I cannot control the army at all. We can do it here, but not there. 1700 men. Gonna result in a rout, most likely. I'll send a unit there. And militia into this forest there. Around them. Yeah, we are approaching the general assault territory. Let's do it. Everybody participates in this. Even the guys that were in the trenches. Can do it. Overrun them. They have a path of escape still. Need to cut it off. Morris surrender. It's not our Morris. It's good. Our artillery is in there. No, don't do it. Damn it. Ah, gonna lose some crew. These freaking skirmishers are so annoying. Yeah, our units are retreating. Okay, they pushed us back. That's bad. Cannons move back. Punch through there. Can we solve it? We have a unit here, but it's crap. Send a general. It's a massive mess. Okay. Just see them off. Main thing is destroy the artillery. Oh, 2 hours. So spooky. Is it? Okay. Get more stuff. It is 2 hours. Right. Very spooky. It's another unit. I'm gonna send it here if possible, but this is really a bad spot for us. They're also using an inexperienced units to fight that. This is doing well. Sort of. Grab this. I should have used some of our cavalry, but at least we saved them some casualties. It's not terrible. They still have things, but they are running low. Get the supplies. Some of them managed to escape the trap, so that's not great. Managed to capture a unit. But let's see the battlefield. Yeah, a lot of cannon were destroyed in this forest, like a lot. There is a unit, there is a unit, 2 units there. A lot of infantry destroyed, obviously. Not that many our casualties. It's definitely better than just sitting around and shooting them all day. It's also faster. An important aspect. This cavalry needs to go. It's so annoying. God. Such a pain. Gonna run our guys in. This needs to be contained. I hope we can do it. Militia is routing. And these guys are coming. It's gonna engage my guys in melee, I think. Okay, try to shoot them in the middle of the crossing. Maybe I can have some extra cavalry. Yeah, let's send it in. Even if they take losses, they are basically green. So even if they take losses, it's gonna be just recruits and some cheap cavalry weapons. 600 skirmisher in it. I hate it. Infantry to chase it down. The cavalry, I don't want to risk it. 600 skirmishers is a lot. Kill several hundred. So how is this battle going? Pretty poorly. Cavalry should turn things around, I believe. It is completely disintegrated. Prepare cavalry here. Swing around to get some juicy kills, and yeah, might have to run in as well. This unit is actually low on morale. Can do it with this. Cavalry can do it. Main objective would be reach the cannon. And these guys, it's a bit of an overkill, but I need to make sure the skirmishers don't actually do anything stupid, so let's just advance. Surrender, surrender. Okay. Oh, they still have a lot. That might have been a premature cavalry charge, which is the worst kind of cavalry charge. Usually it results in unnecessary casualties. But it did its job fairly well. We managed to stall this pretty well. So now let's use the reinforcements to break through. I'm gonna have to send the cavalry back momentarily, but then push with it, because these are gonna start routing. Our proper units can go here. And this is bad, but eventually we'll wrap them up. I think the militia actually killed more than it lost. Infantry is getting picked apart. I'm gonna prepare these 2 units, they are fresh. One as well. He's gonna wrap those up, capture that wagon. Swing around towards the artillery. Go towards the bridge, cut them off. These are some grizzled units. We'll pursue them with this, it's fine. And be there. There. I'm going to use our fresh units to break through. Infantry as well. It took some losses, but still inconsequential. Also, the militia is gonna take losses and bear the initial brunt of the assault. It's their job and purpose of existence. Completely disintegrate that. You can see the perks really matter a lot. But it's also about the strength of the enemy unit that's being engaged in melee. So if it's a numerous unit, it will hold out longer. Even if it's artillery against cavalry. General forward is fine. Streaming across the bridge, even though we are being shot to pieces, it's still worth it. We've got so many artillery units this battle for us. What do they have here? Okay, you somehow failed to rout that unit. Run these guys off the field. Pursue them. Okay, that one is destroyed. Swing around. Attack this one. Do it. You have a surrender. Okay. Okay, that's a surrender as well. Good. And we'll be done with this soon. quite a big battle. I'm interested about the stats in the end. Surrender. They should just completely disintegrate. Okay, managed to capture them. What do they have left? General, that's not it. They must have something else. Not actually sure what that is. Maybe we need to wait. If that's the case, that's horrible. I'm gonna send this unit to scout this out. They might have something somewhere. It might actually be the mounted skirmishers, if anything. They might have escaped this, which I wouldn't even be surprised by that. They are pretty nimble. Oh yeah, cheeky bastards, they were just hiding in the woods. You cavalry there. Well, it's your corner. Chose it. I will die here. Okay. So how many did they have? They actually had only 44,000 infantry, but elite, a lot of them. Less cavalry, most of them skirmishers. A lot of guns, but we had more in total, but it's spread over multiple corps. They lost a lot of guns. 11,000 missing. That's ouchies. One dead officer. About 4 wounded. Take a look at the loot. Managed to get some Springfields. Not that many. They are gonna be used to replenish our forces. We are probably still gonna have to buy more. Palmetto. Yeah, they had better rifles standard than us, why the casualties were higher. Plenty of Napoleon. Napoleon sucks. Florence's. Yeah, that's a pretty good rifle. Palmetto just rescued. Farmer. They had farmer rifles. Yeah, oh no, that's our units. Somehow I made a militia with only farmers, apparently. I'm so bad. Shouldn't have done that. Bolts, rescued, ordnance, captured, that's a cannon, basic one though. Enfields, managed to capture quite a bit. Some of their units had them. Probably the 3-star elites. 12 pounders, yeah, that's like very obsolete cannon. Hunters, Springfields, yeah. Okay, not bad. I was hoping for some better cannon. I guess that was those were the Napoleons that inflicting a lot of losses on us. We got a lot of money, a lot of recruits, but it's probably is it gonna catch the losses? Yeah, right. Career points. You have 2 points to spend. Gonna do training. So we are spending a lot of money on veterans. Take a look. Armory. Might start buying some better rifles, but buy Whitworth. Cavalry. Gonna buy the Palmetto. Artillery. 24 pounders. not a lot. Take a look at the reputation rewards. 24-pounder howitzers, perfect. Order. And where is Morris? Much more damage. These are gonna be invaluable. Yes, you have the big guns. The biggest guns even. There are no better howitzers in the game. I should have picked that. The militia unit. I'm dumb. It's fine. The recruits won't hurt the stats too much. Gonna have to replenish everyone, so it's gonna take a little while. Also, cavalry, yeah. Cavalry is gonna have to be funded extensively. Skirmishers are fine, as they are. Veterans for our artillery. How many Whitworths do we have? 180, yeah, that's not happening. Just them as hunters. Butterington is full. He also almost has the last level. Could have used him more in the last battle to get some XP. Kinda missed that. Are these farmers? No, reward farmers.
Yes, sir.
All of our units took some superficial damage, basically. I'm not sure about the other corps, it might be worse with them. We'll see. Napoleons, if we do recruits, it's fine. Cannon. Can give them more. Add veterans. Yeah, this corps has been pretty banged up. That's the second one. Officers first, I guess. Do we have any free... We have Lee. Oh. I'm gonna keep him, I think. I don't want him to just command any random unit. Some colonels. Okay, this is Cherokee territory for these guys. Put them a perk if they can get it. This is guard units. That. Cavalry has to be recruits. Recruits. This one got pretty banged up. Cavalry. Can still pick this. It's good. Howitzers. 12-pounders. I'm gonna switch it to Napoleon. We have plenty in the armory. Cannon. Can we get better cannon? Not that I know of. Artillery is gonna be pretty important in all the battles ahead. I think the next one is gonna be pretty cool.
Sir, yes, sir!
Second-year-old Napoleons, yeah. They are making their way through the army, trickling down the command chain. Melee firearms. Charge damage. Melee firearms, reloading time. Artillery. We can specialize in one thing. I think this army is mostly infantry. There is a guy that needs the replacing. Score also took some beating. Replace the losses. I think this was their first proper battle. Can get 5 more cannon to the unit. 2 veterans.
Form line! Sir, yes, sir! Form line! Sir, yes, sir!
And 4th Corps is actually intact, because it never fought anyone. Okay. So what are we doing on soldier count? Yeah, pretty good. We recovered everything. We still have men and material left. What about our armory? Only 2,000 Springfields. Some palmettos. I could actually switch up. Let's take a look at our 1st Corps. Infantry, let's switch them to palmetto. Where is it? Here. And the other one as well. Lawrence's. They are pretty bad. I'm gonna give them to an infantry unit. Fine. Palmetto as well.
Form line!
So let's take a look at our armory. 9,000 Springfields left, so we can fund some things with that. Could create more. We have some wounded officers, that's fine. We actually buy a few colonels just to have. Major. Take a look at the map. They have been reinforced, but by looking at this, they actually don't have that many units now. For some reason, they will have even less than before. Yeah, Fredericksburg is gonna be interesting. There's gonna be a siege battle by them, and the first stage is gonna be when they are crossing the bridges, I think. Prairie Grove. It's a pretty quick one, I believe. Or the other one, Corinth. This is gonna be a tough one, most likely. So yeah, gonna have to do these first. Take a look at our armory in regards to... Yeah, first infantry weapons. I'm gonna buy some militia weapons. And we have so many howitzers we need to remove at some point later. We can also sell these for cash, like if we ever need money. We could get 73,000 from these. What's first? Probably this. Prairie Grove. Who do we get? This battle, I think it can be pretty tough. I'm gonna do 2nd Corps. Your vanguard is attacked at the Lawrence wheat field. There is no time to withdraw, so you must prepare to defend your position. Okay. Nothing more to say. Take a look. No, we will never need them again. I will probably still keep using Napoleons for the foreseeable future just because better howitzers are very rare. But overall, the 12 pounders and 6 pounders are just so obsolete that they are not even worth lugging around for the ammunition they spend. I don't think. Even canister shotting infantry with them is just inefficient at this point in terms of ammunition. Okay, this is our 2nd Corps. We don't have snipers here, that's fine. But we'll need to defend that point, which means running forward, attacking these positions, which are gonna be pretty exposed to enemy fire. I'm gonna need some cavalry. Question is, do we keep it on the left or on the right? I think right. And then make sure we actually have proper units. So what's left? Skirmishers, infantry, howitzers. I'm gonna keep at least 1 unit of cannon. Let's not bloody the guard. And we'll keep the experienced militia as well. Gonna be good assault brigade. So immediately we'll have to run. Run in there, take positions. That Farmstead there. forest there. I would like that forest if possible. Might be too much to ask. Keep a unit there in reserve. How it serves there. There. Cannon. How it serves there. Cavalry. General and supply. I think all the men are running, right? Yes. I think I'm gonna keep this infantry there, or in the field here, it's fine. No, actually there, because this might be crossable. Howitzers there. Cannon. Okay, they had cavalry. They were shot a little bit. That's their brigade. I'm gonna have to hold here. Fine. We'll have the artillery support. Our general might need to go there. These skirmishers are gonna be a bother. Cavalry is getting absolutely wrecked. Question is, do we try to run through? I don't think we do just yet, maybe later. There is a brigade coming. How much cover do we have? 72%. I think that should be fine. You have basically no cover here. But they don't have any as well. They might be trying to be cheeky. Run in. They are sending more. They might actually try to charge this, I wouldn't be surprised by that. Send this unit there. I don't have any reserve infantry, really. Oh. It's for girls and federals, yeah. Actually, open field, like, it is better in some things. It will offer you better fire rate. No fire rate, better hit percentage chance on the enemy. But if an enemy unit is standing in the open and you are firing from a forest, you are always gonna be better off. But field battles can be quick, but also not very conducive to your men's well-being because you will lose a lot of men. Good. Cavalry is coming. And our cavalry just... They want to get my supply wagon, they see it and they just cannot help themselves. Ah, okay. I hate how they are like doing that all the time. How far are we from Hudson River? I have no idea. I'm sorry, but I'm very unfamiliar with American geography. I need that wagon. Just turn off firing. Capture it. Freaking cavalry needs to go. No, they didn't secure anything, just go away. That's close to New York. Yeah, okay. We are not in New York yet. It sort of backfired for them, so I'm not unhappy about how it went. They're going to try to charge us with this. Can we beat their cavalry with ours? It's not likely, but we'll try it. General... Yeah, they will try to take this forest, I think. Go back. The howitzers. This is bad. Like, I would need one more infantry brigade. But I just cannot get it. I couldn't have gotten it from the start and now we probably won't receive reinforcements. I could use this brigade to do it, but then a gap will form here. They are going to exploit that, I think. So it's pretty bad. Pretty desperate, sending a mounted skirmishers into that. Oh, just go away. Be destroyed, come on. Measures. Let's send a supply wagon here. They have been shooting for a while. I imagine they could use it. Ah, did they escape us again? Yes, they did. Okay, fine, whatever. How can we be more useless? It's gonna be a massive pain. They are gonna do some shenanigans for sure. They are going to hustle the supply wagon. They want it, I know it, you know it, everyone knows it. It's not original, go away. You always do it. It's the only thing you do. If they try to free the prisoners, at least that would make sense. But this... Always. Always go for it. Get wrecked. Come on. Finally. Disintegrate. Come on. Over. Just do it. I'm gonna micro this now because I don't want to let them escape ever again. Come on. because they are actively trying to dodge you. Still have a head start. Come on. Okay, finally. And these guys there. Where is our supply wagon? Now we can actually send it here. For these guys. This is not progressing. They positioned them. Gonna have to start shooting. Need a free passage for our cavalry. I'm sure they have artillery in here. It would be good to snag that. Actually fighting from that hill. But I'm gonna scout this one as well. Cannon did pretty well, but it is targeting their general, which might take a while to whittle him down. Fine, though we cannot even see their artillery, so well, fire at him, and they have bounty breaking units, so if we manage to take him out, it'd be great. Yeah, I thought so, they have artillery here and plenty of it. Go, come on. If we get canister shot from close range, this might hurt really a lot. Also, this is gonna hurt us, most likely. That bad, actually. They are pivoting. Let's go. How are we doing in the war as a whole? Pretty well. Managed to completely disintegrate the last Union army, which is a very big one. Next big battle is gonna be Fredericksburg, and that one can be tough, but we managed to whittle enemies to a point where I think they will really struggle. So I think we are on our way to win this. Especially since... Okay, let's push these guys forward. I cannot afford to get shot from the flank. Run in. Try to get them to focus on us. I'm content with this, just holding, and they will sacrifice more and more men. It's fine. The golden thing is gonna be the cavalry swinging around. If we can find the rest of their artillery, the most valuable thing we can do. Keep firing at them while they are in the river. Like, some desperation time for them. Might be trying to sacrifice some units. From there we should be able to see Washington and the Potomac from here. Oh no, we won the battle already. I wanted to kill more artillery. It's fine. The game doesn't want me to do it. Why it's ending these battles so quickly. From Fredericksburg, okay. That's the main battle that's gonna happen eventually. I guess these battlefields are fairly close together, right? Yeah, I'm suffering for success. I would like to succeed more, you know. Let's do medicine. Army, second corps. Give it veterans for the cavalry.
Yes, sir.
Can pick the melee stat. Infantry can just get some recruit. Fine. Cavalry. The recruits won't hurt. I should probably go through my army and make sure that none of our artillery units, howitzers, actually have the outdated 12 pounders. This is the second corps. Yeah, 12 pounders, that's what I thought. Give them Napoleons. First corps definitely doesn't have them. I think I have 3 howitzers. Oh, speaking of that, of course they have them. Let's switch to Napoleon, even though it will cost me some money. Third corps. Howitzer. Howitzer. More success. You are 2 years ahead. Am I? It's winter, yeah. Let's see how it goes. I think third corps, how many howitzers does it have? 2 units? Give it a third one, but I don't really want to give them 12 pounders, if I can help it. Let's take a look at the armory. Managed to hustle quite a bit of these. Also, one of the militia units has bad rifles. Which one is it? One of them. Strange. Okay. It might be one of the infantry units then. Might have overlooked something. Yeah, these guys have farmers. Let's go to Springfields. Gonna sell the farmers. Okay, do we expand? I guess yes. Second corps can be beefed up a little bit. So it's the last division, unit, 18th. So 19th infantry. Springfields. Another division. Cavalry. Palmetto. Which cavalry is this? 10th. We have 7,500 cavalry in our army, plus 750 mounted skirmishers. Quite a bit of cavalry. Could do ranged the mounted skirmishers, but I don't really want to. Do hunters instead. This corps doesn't have any. No, it does. Okay, what do we add? I don't want to use the 12 pounders really. We could do cannons. Which cannon unit is it? Sure, we have cannon in here somewhere. Cannon 4th. It's gonna be 5th. No, infantry. Artillery. 5th. Give them ordnance. Let's fill it up. Spend some money on it. Fine. Next. Still have some weapons, right? Do another militia unit. 10th. and 21st Infantry. Field. To 11th Militia. Okay, take a look at the weapons. Until I want any of this, I could get the manpower because that's gonna be our limiting factor eventually, but it's 30 favor, that's like insane. To battle. They actually got stronger from that. Corinth. Take a look at it. Do I remember this? This is supposed to be an assault mission. Yeah, if you move swiftly, you can crush them. I think I want to bloody my third corps. Yankees have deployed their left flank at Memphis Road, leaving a significant gap in their center. Their headquarters are established in this farm. Attack swiftly and crush the federal flank. Yeah, this is what this corps is going to be suited for. Just overwhelming force, because I don't really care if they die. Like, they will suffer losses, probably heavy losses, but they are all green. Perfect. Cavalry is not full. Howitzer, cannon, howitzer. I'm actually gonna take the cavalry, I think. How does the map look? Oh, this is gonna be tough. I think they will have defensive lines as well, like barricades, things. Oh yes, you can see that. Gonna hurt. But we can break through here, most likely. Well, it has to be done. Okay, skirmish. And I've picked them. Fine. Advance into this forest. See what happens. They have 1200 there. They have a lot of cannon in here. Swift overrunning that might be best. If we breach, they might panic. They do have a lot though. Quite a bit. Push these skirmishers aside. Cavalry, send it along there. You cannot really stand it. We will. Send them like a column. Some losses, that's fine. General will cover that. Militia, advance, advance. Gonna be a heavy casualty battle. There's no way around that, and we have to capture this. There is no way around that. Timer is gonna be something. Okay, we are taking a lot of fire on that infantry unit. Let's get the cavalry here. Advance. The infantry unit is routing. A lot of stuff in there. They are routing. Let's Let's go. Overrun. And these 2 units in here. These 2 as a defense. Cavalry. And that. I have a lot of artillery, so it's gonna hurt. Not risk the massive casualties on our cavalry. It's gonna happen eventually. Yeah, that was insane. Canister shot killed like 200 horsemen again. Okay, it's fine. Fine. Again, this is what the militia is made for. Might not be pretty, but it's not on the chance. To overrun the freaking artillery. We are losing so many men, it's hideous. Absolutely horrendous. Brigadier General has been killed, that's not good. Can still do it. It's not going great, obviously, but we'll do it. I think we are overrunning a lot of artillery at least. Very valuable. Even more so than manpower. But don't have good cannon at all. Yeah, just send the cavalry in. Lyle, come on, buff the morale. Continue with this blob. Gotta see that. Infantry needs to focus on other infantry, preferably. And maybe disintegrate this with cavalry alone. Reinforcements, that's great. We have only cannon here, so it's gonna be great for us. Skirmishers actually. If they do tie up on them, that's completely fine. Lyle, come on, lagging behind again. This battle is gonna cost us quite a bit. Obviously, but again, not much we can do about that. But I'll just grit our teeth and get through this. Take the casualties. The side battle, so it's very good to win it. As everything, it's optional, but if you don't do it, the enemies are gonna get stronger, so it's better to take this damage, I think. Problem might be if we don't have enough Rebord farmer rifles which very well might happen. While buff up the morale. Gonna have to pursue that. Push into the woods. They don't have morale, we can break them. Chain route. Their cavalry attacked my artillery a little bit, but it wasn't full unit. Lost 16 men, that's fine. And I think we should be doing fairly well overrunning this. For the militia, it's well suited for melee combat. Let us split off cavalry in it. No retreat. Skirmishers. Go away. I want to capture my supply bag. Have our first surrender. Let's hope it's not the last. Cavalry is routing. Unsurprising. It's fighting a unrouted male infantry straight up. It's always bad for them. Split off. Lieutenant is dead. Skirmishers. They will capture my wagon. Oh, it's gonna happen. Come on, cavalry, come on. They want to free their men as well. Melee? Something happening. Ah, the freaking cavalry are so useless. They're so useless. Cannot even beat 100 skirmishers in melee. Now we have marauding enemy units behind our lines. Struggle. We're gonna free their stuff, then it's gonna become horrendous. Push back. Capture it first. I need my stuff back. No. 500 mounted skirms. Not a good position to be in, obviously. Going to pull back into this field. Howitzers there, cannon can stay. Get that supply, don't fire. destroy this skirmisher unit, causing me so much pain. Okay. Okay, managed to clear that up. There is still a marauding enemy cavalry somewhere. That's definitely not good. Okay, surrender. Of course these escape. Why wouldn't I know? So how did we do? Terribly poorly. Yeah. A lot of depleted units, basically. Was expected though, like... I remember this mission being a bitch. We have a lot of enemy artillery. We need to deal with this. Look at that. The initial charge just did so much. And we can identify it by looking at the corpses on the battlefield as well. You can see there are a lot of ours as well. They're mingled everywhere. This is a battle that's like 50-50 more or less, I think. Unlike the other ones where we had a clear, distinct advantage in the KD. It was absolutely brutal, and you need to do it fast. If I take my time and try to shell them, it's not going to work. The battle would end and you would lose, and if you lose reputation, as well as just money and recruits. It's better if we just do that, and if you manage to capture any good cannon or weapons by using militia, it's good. Even if we have to use our freaking manpower. That marauding cavalry just captured that victory point. Have to go back to get it. One of the units is gonna have to sit on it. Keep the supply with them. This cavalry, I'm gonna try to engage them, but I don't believe it's gonna work. Was I'm very lucky. Chase them, don't let them recover. They're shooting me in the face. Be destroyed, come on. Lyle is not doing too hot. Okay, let's charge that. Yeah, your job was to kill them, not to wander aimlessly. Okay, it ended. Victory. So let's take a look at the casualties. We lost 4,000. Some cavalry. They lost more. But overall, yeah, very high casualties compared to what we usually get. We managed to get some parrots. Deadlift cannon. Look at stuff. I'm gonna do medicine.
Sir.
Should also recover some of the casualties for free now. Yeah. Some vacancies. Gonna have to fill them up. Most of them were wounded, some of them were killed. Let's just slap rookies on this army if they manage to get an XP.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, now they don't have enough rifles. I'm gonna switch this unit into an infantry unit. Problem though, if I do that, let's just keep this as militia. Yeah, shiny medal as a reward for how many troops you sent to their death. Yeah, basically. I know it's sad, but shiny. Right? Okay. Recover. Wasn't exactly cheap in terms of manpower or material, but managed to do it. We also gained some free cannon to fill up our ranks of artillery here. Good. Cannon, these don't have any. The 20 pounders. These are gonna be good. Marshal Haig. Yeah. I have 59 rep. Gonna keep it, I think. Until 110 of this. And we were something like equal with manpower spending and gaining from the last battle. That kinda sucks. Got some extra weapons. Some reserves. Okay. Next up, Fredericksburg. How late is it? It's almost 3 AM. Brutal. But it is Saturday. Or currently Sunday, but... Anyway, might be able to do this one as well. They should have fairly good armor and training. What do you say? Do we keep it for tomorrow? I think, yeah, tomorrow we actually have the RP. I'm not gonna be able to play this. I should be able to do it Monday. I'm gonna take a look and see if I can save midpoint battle. I doubt it, but maybe it's possible. Okay, so we need several core. We have 4. Fourth one is Vimp. Fourth one goes into the reserve. We need to consider which positions are the worst to defend. The center is fine, I think. The worst is here and here. So first core takes that. Second core takes that. Third core takes that. The Army of the Potomac is preparing to cross the Rappahannock River at Fredericksburg. We destroyed all the existing bridges, but the Federals can use pontoon bridges that their engineers have been constructing for several days. Okay. They are dealing their engineers with our snipers, but they are progressing and will soon complete 2 bridges at this section. 300 meters away, they are constructing another bridge. The bridges have been built eastwards to allow control of the southern area of the town. Main attack is expected from this side. We defend heavily Prospect Hill. This is a prime target for the Union because it controls the railroad that provides us supplies fast through to Richmond. The hill that secures Telegraph Road has very harsh ground, so probably the Federals will not attempt to attack us here. Marie Heights oversee the town. We've prepared entrenched positions that can resist any Union assault if they are desperate enough to attack us here. Stone wall situated south of the town is an extra defensive barrier that can stop the Union infantry from advancing further. Snipers are harassing the engineers who work day and night to finish the pontoon bridges. Enemy infantry advances. They are determined to secure the town. So we can only have 1 brigade in here. That sucks. But we'll get some free skirmishers. So which brigade do we pick? It's gonna have to be infantry. We pick Super Cheese. He might get picked apart a little bit, but I think that's fine. Where's the first guard though? Here. Fly. Start battle. Skirms there. Skirms here. And we have another skirmisher in it. Keep it here. I think this unit is gonna go straight across and here. Let's send the skirms on the bank there. Start taking pot shots at them from the other side if possible. Gonna send the other one as well. Gonna need it because they cannot hold 700 men. Can you shoot at them? Got some losses early. Good. They have a unit here. They are getting shredded. These are routing, that's good. Keep watch on the banks. They have another brigade coming up. So far we've seen 3 brigades. We could have only picked 1, so it sucks. The scrims are gonna do their job, delaying action, and then Super Cheese can shred this. They are on the bridge, so they should be pretty exposed. They have artillery as well, okay. Still 1 brigade. Probably how it's gonna be for the rest of this small battle. Let's go back with the scrims now. They've done their job. Now this unit is free to try and advance across the bridge. What about this one? It's trying. Make sure it fails. Go into these houses. They might... they might charge us. Don't like that notion. No, they are routing. They cannot cross the bridge without significant casualties. See what happens. I'm sure they will send something. Now everyone is hidden, so they should just try probing attack again. They are sending their artillery. That was very smart. Oh, the AI. AI is so special. We have a nice carpet here on the bridge.
Take cover, men!
Everyone's hidden. Try it again. Yeah, they are doing it. They should disintegrate next volley. They have 800 more. Oh, they are now sending more and more. Okay. Skirms. Gonna have to pick them apart. And fire from the other bank. British should still handle this. To be 800 more corpses, yeah. They are really trying. They have a lot, but they outnumber us like 3 to 1 at least, but though this is a very heavily defensible position, so they struggle. Let's move forward, just take some pot shots at them. Don't want them to think that we're not doing anything. It might entice them into charging, yeah. Because we just spent our cartridges. Okay, they are weakened in terms of morale maybe, so if we manage to shoot them again, they might just straight up rout. Even if they don't, might be able to even melee them now. 40 to 1. Yeah, Sabaton. This is worrying, but they are routing. Should be fine. So many casualties from that. The skirmishers are absolutely insane. I think it's absolutely broken unit. We're going to their concert in Milan next Saturday. It's good. I wish that you enjoy it. I was at, I think, 2 of their concerts here. In Plzeň and in Prague. It was good. I enjoyed the open air one more. Yeah, I had tickets for one of their concerts for a long time. There were some restrictions because of COVID. Several concerts were just delayed indefinitely. Now they have done it, but it was at one point like I had a ticket for over a year sitting and not knowing if it's ever gonna happen, you know. Pretty bad. They're sending artillery again. Good time to start logistical transportation of artillery across the bridge, I see. Immediately loses like half its artillery. Makes sense, it's like that everywhere, I suppose. Main thing is it's gonna happen. Union is getting the roughest end of the stick here. It's not good engagement for them at all. Gonna disintegrate it. Artillery. Yeah, that sounds good. Take it. Yeah, but not only cross the bridge. Like I would get that. Like you have the numbers, so you must try to push through there. That's fine. But sending our artillery with horse transports like over the river, and you cannot even push through the corpses, and you know that the other bank is still contested. I think artillery is pretty valuable. So even in terms of like practicality, it's just very dumb decision. I think the AI just brain farted basically. Yeah, let's surround it. Artillery makes for a good shield against bullets. Yeah, if you are pushing the cannon, then maybe slightly some cover, but you cannot damage it a lot. And in terms of like when the cannon is moving around, it's drawn by horses, carriages, so they get absolutely murdered. So what's the next course of action for our glorious AI? Not to sit there. Can't I try to shoot it? I don't want to cross though. Would be a really bad idea. We saw what happens when you try to cross the bridge. It's fine, they only have 500 men left. The left Grand Division, commanded by Major General William B. Franklin and consisting of 2 full corps, appears ready to advance. Nearly 45,000 soldiers are approaching us. Concentrate most of your forces to protect Prospect Hill. Good luck, General. Okay, stop the game. Take a look what we have here. Cavalry, great. Put it there. Another cavalry in it. Put it there. We have more. There's cannon artillery. I'm gonna put it here. General goes there. Fly goes there. Guard. Infantry. Push this forward. These infantry units as well, just on the edge of the forest, preferably. Howitzers behind. Howitzer here. These 3 units, 4 units are gonna go to this forest. Right there. Skirmishers can go here, I guess. Howitzers there. Snipers. I don't want to fiddle around with them. Snipers, these are skirmishers and snipers. And that will be pretty much everything. Commander can go here. I could actually do with a howitzer unit over there. But I don't think I can sacrifice one. Maybe this one isn't necessary actually. No, it's moving there. Howitzer, cannon. Yeah, these are pretty much necessary. Get the cannon there. Actually, there. We'll see what they do. There are some swamp lands in front, so they might try to go on the left side more than anything else. It's boring because I don't have howitzers in there, so I should take this howitzer in it and sort of this one. This one rotates and goes here. Yeah, they're bringing stuff. I think the game said it was 45,000 soldiers. More than 45,000. This doesn't seem like it. I think it's gonna be smaller. We will see. Willing to play this game. Willing to play this game. Swamp them with your superior firepower, yeah. There is artillery firing at us from there. Shoot them up. I know they have canister, it's fine. You can even stay and reload them again, I think. Get rid of that artillery, it's better than let them blast us. Yeah, this is also fine. Where is our general? I'm gonna send him there, that might be a crucial point. Let's go do some mischief. Do we have a cannon in it? Yeah. We should target their cannons. Immediate route. Their general is coming back. Go back. Disappear into the swamps. And then go and capture their supply. They are sending 700 men to intercept that, but we could have even overrun that if that was a big issue. This unit should lose eventually. Supply wagon, yeah. Greed is real. I'm gonna get it, I think. There might be some other stuff around it though, so let's be careful. There is another supply wagon. Another supply wagon, okay. Let's not shoot. Oh no. That's infantry. Let's wait. Give the time. Let them advance, they will do it. Howitzer is finally in place. Let's move them up there. The middle. They're getting shot a lot. But it's guard, so they have fairly good rifles. Enemy cavalry. Surround at them. They're gonna shoot me. Yeah. But we have superior numbers and it is skirmishers. Freaking infantry, okay. Well, let's just run. Run and be done with that. Don't fight the infantry, that would be the worst. Getting picked up on. They do have another artillery unit somewhere, I'm sure. I don't see it. It is time. Advance slightly. Did we destroy that? They have more. Okay. We destroyed that one, but they have two more. Oh, artillery. I like artillery. Destroy them. Come on. This is gonna be painful. Yeah, they do. They eat them up for breakfast. They did some real mischief. The cavalry causing absolute havoc, but they are having infantry back. They know that this is happening. They want to stop it. Trying to, at least. Oh, that's... I hope I don't get canister shot in the face, but it might happen. I'm gonna take it either way. It's good, so good. Come on, do it. Yeah, canister shot to the face. It's a big one. Yeah, 3 batteries. And we managed to destroy a lot of their ranged mounted skirmishers as well. There's the last unit there. Just overrun everything. And Kiryu says he doesn't like cavalry. I wonder why. It's so great. Yeah, they should have thought about it sooner. Or they abandoned their artillery or half of my back. We are being pursued by their infantry, but infantry shouldn't catch up with us unless we are very, very slow in what we are doing. Foolish, yeah. I love cavalry, I do. Why I give them the special treatment. I usually give them veterans. Yeah, basically great against everything except infantry. They can also struggle against skirmishers though, which is kind of a bummer, but I guess it's because of the game balance. But skirmishers are actually broken, they are absolutely unbalanced, even with the mod. This guard is getting shredded, but it does inflict a lot of losses. This is their purpose, so why we keep them. This Howitzer unit did basically nothing this battle, it's disappointing. And they have some artillery back here, I think. Skirmish corps, yeah. Sniper corps. And that is a world in which you do that. I think the world is named the highest difficulty. Just have only skirmishers ever. Not even a corps, just like 6 corps. All of them only skirmishers. It would be a hell to manage it. You would be playing it on the lowest speed and you would be clicking like 150 APM. It would still not be enough. But it's very effective. There's many scouts in disguise. Advance a little bit. They are so weak. I can crush this, I think. I don't want to show my hand too soon. Also, this is not looking particularly great. Yeah, I can see some shots flying in, so they have artillery on this hill most likely. I'm gonna take a look at it. See if we can have an opportunity, but there was infantry in here, so let's be careful. General Sherman managed 120 APM during his march to the sea. We should do. I think we are speaking about the same Sherman Lethrington was speaking about when he was talking about burning things. I have no information about this Sherman, but I'm sure he was pretty brutal. Yeah, their infantry is coming back. They failed at life. Snag it. They have infantry. Do it. Capture it. Do it. Okay. Go back. He didn't get shot in the face. That was very fortunate. They have artillery. Fortunately, they are also sending their only escort away from the artillery. Yes. Oh, Colonel Lynch. They were sneaky. Very, very sneaky. Tekumash 8-Pool Sherman was infamous for his Zergrash strategies that won him 1862 Starcraft Championships. Okay. I'm not American, so I'm gonna take your word for it. It sounds legit. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back with the cavalry, but it did insanely good this battle, like insanely good. It shouldn't have done this good, but it did. So it's time to create a new rat. hysterically again. Complain occurs, historical fact. Don't get shot in the face, at least not a lot. Gonna have to wrap them up. Can do it. I think this is breaking apart. It's good. Part of the reason being they lost all of their artillery. So many pieces. We destroyed like, what? At least 8 batteries. You're gonna roll them up in a wrap. It has only 2 ingredients. Tortilla and probably ranch dressing. I think that's a popular southern dressing, right? Actually never had ranch. I think it's an American thing. I really never saw it in Europe in any shop, anything like that. You have other sauces, but I think you have similar ones, like tartar sauce is actually something you have as well. Ranch is overrated? Okay. Not really that good. I think it's like sour cream, something like that. Might correct me. Of sauces, I'd rather have more flavor, something like sriracha or chimichurri. Okay, sriracha is good. Actually, something that is being sold in Europe as well. Actually, I think I have a bottle of sriracha. I'm a big fan of barbecue sauce, but thankfully it's on its way over here. Sriracha is great too. You like barbecue? For me, it's very acquired taste. I think I don't necessarily like it too much. It's very smoky, but I know a lot of people who love it, especially with like pulled pork, things like that. It can be good. I don't hate it. It's just I wouldn't choose it if I had other options. 1,000 different kinds of barbecue sauce. Yeah, I only know one basically. We don't have much variety in that here. Start eating barbecue because of House of Cards. Yeah, I'm sure if there are multiple kinds, some of them might be better than others, or better for different tastes, I guess you could say. Somebody likes more sweet, savory, things like that. In general. The Union is just falling apart in this campaign. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but they are not doing too hot. Like, this is supposed to be 45,000 soldiers. Didn't feel like it. Or like 30,000 maybe. We'll see which one I like the best. Okay. Yeah, they are in shambles. They are. They will get a bailout from the Toga boy, but that's not the point, right? I think they have horribly mismanaged their army. It's not only about me beating them, because I have encountered situations where I was doing everything in my power and they were still insane. But this feels like they are just falling apart. Oh, we are also falling apart now. besides the point. Cannot continue with that. Supply wagons. Might have to go in, snag them. Continue pushing. Yeah, we could, but they will not set up in time. In the time that it will take them to come here, they will already be elsewhere, but we'll do it. So that we can actually be ready if we ever have to face more enemies from there. We go in after the supply, I think we do. Our guys are gonna take some damage, but that's fine. No other way. This unit is routing. They're trying to advance in there. It's pretty bad actually. Send this here. Yeah, let's send them to capture that. Capture this forest for future use. Okay, it's time. Assault at Maris Heights. While we fight at the right flank, we've been assaulted at Maris Heights. Okay, that's the main core. Behind the stone wall, we have a large number of cannons defending the hill. Crazy unit advance will cost them. Chicken could not live in that field when we open on it. Okay. Flash gets. Why did we put our cannons in the front? That's so bad. Switch them up. Oh, this is a messy thing. Okay, how do we deploy it here? Watrington, send him into this farmhouse. Skirmishers there. Get some reserves there. And here. Cavalry. Abrupt transition. Yeah, we are doing so well. The game says no. Now this happens. Need to deal with it, and we will deal with it. These howitzers are just so out of place. It's gonna be horrible. Okay. So they are charging. They're even bringing their freaking artillery too close, I think. That cost them dearly. I think we are gonna wrap this up as well. Like, this battle is gonna be a complete disintegration of the Union army, basically. And even sooner than in the other battles, because in the other battles you actually need to wait until there is the right time. But here, it's gonna be charge, horrible backfire, rout, and then chain destruction. Most likely. They have stuff, but we'll see how good it is. They're bringing more. I'm just gonna prepare my cavalry peacefully. Corner. See what happens. And the general there. Yeah, until they raise from the dead for the next one. Yeah, we do have reserves, right? Here. They're coming. Howitzer, there. I'm gonna prepare the reserves. They're gonna be handy because we'll be sending them in as the first wave, probably. It's gonna be just one massive wave rather than the first wave, but they will take the most shots to the face, most likely. Again, that is their purpose in life. And we'll feel bad for them. They have a lot of artillery. After the infantry commits, just kind of slaughter this. Okay, they have still infantry coming there, which is sort of bad. I'd like to hide this for now. After all of their infantry crosses, I'm gonna clear the town of this artillery. For now, just pick them off. What about Lottington? Is he firing at people? Not really. He's blocked off, okay. Pull him back, he's just losing men unnecessarily. He'll be useful in other battles, not so much here. It's just a slugfest. They're sending a unit there. It shouldn't go very well for them. Leave the cannon there. Howitzer there. I'm going to do skirmishers in this field. So is it time? Not yet. Problem is gonna be again the routing units. Might be good to coordinate our cavalry charge with other advances, but I think I'm gonna just rush it in. Javelin spam, yeah. The rifleman spam. Let's see how this goes. Might horribly backfire. Also, these are mounted skirms. I'm gonna send them on the other side and then clean this town of any batteries. Yeah, some of these are pretty expensive units, keep that in mind. But what's the point of keeping them when you are not using them, right? And they should prep them up pretty quickly. They are just gods at what they do. Supply can be stolen, fine. I think I might need to go in for this infantry unit. No, it's fine, we are in the city, we have cover. We can take a few shots. Maybe one unit can try it. But we are still fighting their crew, so this needs to be wrapped up for long. This unit is destroyed. Good. Make sure there are no more cheeky units. Okay, everyone can now turn towards this. They've brought in some beefier units. We'll need to let them take casualties for a little bit. Which means, am I going to run back? They have artillery further in the city. Yeah, let's go here. They have supply. Capture it. Yeah, I would prefer these units to go back to the front. You have cannon? Yes. Start shooting that. And their general, yeah. It's one of their generals. They usually have like 4. So it's not gonna be that powerful, but we managed to rout him, or kill him, rather. Let's not shoot the supply. Useless to do that. One unit can pursue, while the other ones just go here. Might be intercepted. Fine. I capture all of that. Keep the supply hidden. And the skirmishers need to come back here. These cavalry attacks were just absolutely devastating. I think I do remember that I was doing this before when I was playing this mission, but I don't remember if it was this effective. Why? Try to steal it. Another supply, try to steal it. So many wagons. Okay. Go after the Arte. They have an infantry unit in there. It's 100 men. Horsing around. Yeah. Description of it. Oh, that hurts. Those are the elites as well. But if you manage to inflict losses on the artillery, it's well worth it, I think. Just so valuable. Not to mention we can capture it after battle and steal it. That brings tear to my eye. Oh no, that was a huge shot. Okay. And they have more? Yeah. In this battle, like, I feel like I've killed thousands of artillerymen. They must have a lot of cannon in this battle. Still not ending. No, don't take the shot to the face. Okay, this is gonna get destroyed. I'm gonna have to swing around, destroy that as well. Gonna be job for that, you know. We try to do this, no, that's too risky. Shot to the face. And also musket fire is gonna happen. Yeah, oh no, that hurts. They might actually also route in the wrong direction. Will cause even more casualties. Okay, try to finish that artillery unit off. There is another one. I'll shoot it. I wanted to finish it off, I really did, but unless it routes into me, there is very little chance. This is the infantry blob. They did lose a lot of men. If you take a look at the lines. So eventually we might do an infantry charge that's gonna just overwhelm everything. With cavalry. Send it here, I don't want to lose it. Is it time? It's time, I think. Might be too soon. I don't think I can afford to wait any longer. Otherwise my gains might be lost. Let's send the cavalry in now. It's gonna be absolutely huge. Gonna have to use my cavalry as well at some point. Gonna do it here, I think. One of our units is routing. Render. Let's cut off the routing units. This flank is disintegrating. Problem is this line, mostly. Run. Run. Yeah. Good idea. They have multiple bridges though, so it's not gonna be that easy. But I'm gonna wrap them up like this. That will work. Because they will opt for this bridge then, and we have cavalry. Gonna lose a bunch of it though. The cavalry in it. Andros. They will try to go across the river. Start sending cav. Yeah, that's where they want to go. They've lost absolutely everything. Have some stuff left, but eventually we'll cut it to pieces as well. Speed it up. They have cannon on the other bank. Kind of surprised. So many surrenders. Gonna take a lot of prisoners. Okay, yeah, now our cavalry is gonna take some damage. Yeah, the bridges have not collapsed under the weight of all the dead bodies. Oh, this cavalry, it was shredded. It's gonna cost me like 100,000 to get it back. Oh no. Cavalry losses will be immense. But again, I think it's worth it for the artillery. I think it's good. But it doesn't make it any less painful. They have stuff? How do they have things left? No matter. It's gonna get solved. Surrender. So move on. Enemy continues the attack. The other side. In general, this is a hard fight and we can still claim victory if we hold at least 2 strategic locations. Maris Heights must be held at all costs. Telegraph road must not be weakened because the Union may try to seize that location and cut our army into 2 pieces. Rest of our forces are engaged on the right flank. Yes. Now we will get shot in the face by this. This is new units, I think. At least some of them are. Which means just immediately mass infantry charge this. This is our 3rd Corps. Have some fresh cavalry as well. Also, there was one unit. Oh, it's supply wagon. Okay, let's get it. What's this? Infantry. Try that. And this is it, right? The last remnants of the Union army here. Our unit will route here. It's fine. I don't think we can cross there. No. I also don't want to risk losing the rest of my cavalry if I can help it. But once these arrive, it will be fine. Take a look at our cavalry. We have a lot of it, but there is no sense wasting it. Just hold them with the militia, and these are gonna do well. Let's go in after their artillery. Cavalry just instantly routed. This was fresh, so they don't really have experience. I guess that's understandable. Not be too harsh. What else is there? We are capturing their old supply wagons with a unit of freaking skirmishers. Okay. I hate skirmishers, especially the mounted ones. They have like 400 men. 600, they got more, okay. It's a corner though. They will get corner camped. Not in a good way. 800, yeah. They got these. I don't think that was here before. Just happened. They appeared out of nowhere. Can still pick them apart though. Doesn't make any difference. Can you shoot? Almost everything is gone. Can kill the supply wagon, that's fine. Yeah, just do it. There are still enemies left. There is something. Supply wagon. Oh, is there anyone left? I don't actually think so. But the game will probably force us to wait. Because that is still the other part of the battle, down here, where the fighting sounds are coming from. But the other part of the battle also has like very few units left. Oh yes. Resident sleeper. And it's very late here, so I'm really sleepy. Oh, I have to wrap this battle up. Come on. I might as well take some infantry, but I don't even think there's gonna be anything left for us to pick. Surprisingly, none of their artillery surrendered at all. It's all infantry, I think. And supply wagons, of course. Minute. Confederate right at stake. Maybe they will get more stuff. The fight on Confederate right continues. Okay. Continue there. Got some reinforcements there. Run everyone. This actually happened in the middle of the charge last time. So just finish them off. I'm gonna save the cavalry though. I don't want the unnecessary losses on it. Did we send anything this way? I think we should maybe send something. At least the snipers just to cover that. Let's get them, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna cut off the escape with the cavalry. That's 800 men. We shouldn't risk our cavalry fighting that. They might try to go for that. Wouldn't surprise me. Do they have anything here? It's a supply wagon. Get it? Annihilation, yeah. I was thinking that when the battle started and I saw the enemy numbers, it's way too low. It's just worth it. Sacrifice some men, just slaughter everything. Get every single weapon and cannon we can. Okay. In total they had 40,000 infantry, 2,200 cavalry, 129 guns. They lost almost all of that. 10,700 prisoners, 25,000 infantry, cavalry. We had 95,000 men. That's insane. Super Cheese killed 2,000 and lost 83 men. Also insane. How did Morris do? Morris is not even here. Like, where is he? Oh. Some of the artillery didn't really get a good chance. Somebody died, but it was just a major. Colonel, fine. How many promotions? What did we get? Some Springfield 55s. Enfields, a lot of Enfields actually. Ready for me, nothing major. 10 powder parrots, 9 Napoleons. I was hoping for more. I killed a lot of artillery, come on. Did they really not have more? That's just... They had ordnance, right? Okay. We get 1,000. Fine. This battle actually didn't give us that much money, so it's gonna be a little tough. I'm gonna do training. Because you'll be buying a lot of veterans. I'm gonna start buying up fire travels. We've actually done it a little sooner, I think. Get some Whitworth. Palmetto. Infantry, I'm gonna buy the farmers. Cavalry. Artillery. Howitzer. Turret. The rest can be refilled from the thing. Are a few people. Okay. Take a look at the reputation rewards. Some howitzers, I'm gonna take that. We'll have quite a bit of reputation, but I don't necessarily need any of this. 31,000 men isn't that much, but we didn't lose that much either. We have a second skill point. I'm gonna do the cavalry thing. So everyone took some losses, right? Yeah. Everyone. Gonna require me to first refill all the ranks and then take a look at skill points. But yeah, this unit needs a commander. Take a look at the map. I'm interested in the events. $44,300. Again, like, sure, it's 50,000, but I will have like 120, maybe 130 if I pull everything together. So I feel like the AI is just completely falling on its face here. Everettsville. The main one, Stones River. Attack at dawn, okay. No, it's the mod. We are using the regular difficulty, I think, because the hard one with the mod is absolutely insane. The mod makes the game much harder already. But I would like a challenge, and I don't feel like the AI is able to provide that currently. That's very sad. I cannot change it. Well, we'll see next time how tough they are. I guess I could do the maintenance for now. Let's first give him units.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, basically like the early game is especially hard because you just don't have the tools to deal with anything. And any losses on some units are more or less permanent. No, it's a difficulty spike early game when you boot up the game for the first time. The first battle, the very first one, is actually fine. But the other ones, like the supply depot, absolutely insane. And they will get like a lot of units. They will, the early battles, each battle they will get like 1500 to 2000 cavalry to use. While here they just, I don't know, they just fall apart completely. It's puzzling really. Sharpshooters or elite. Maybe Canada invaded, yeah. Must be the case. She's, yeah. She's just doing pretty well actually. Take a look at our armory stocks. Okay, we have some Harper's Ferry as well. That's a pretty good gun. 300 Whitworth. Yeah, it's gonna have to be next time. I'm starting to get a headache as well. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. It has been fun, but as I'll say again, it would have been better if we could have the higher difficulty. But the early game was like horrible. We'll see next time. Maybe they will be able to put up a fight, but I kind of doubt it. The numbers don't seem to add up. Yeah, farewell. And Kitty is streaming Halo 3 as a part of the Rose Tinted Marathon, I think. It's the only person that's live. Let's rate her.